Yes, today we fall forward. This workshop is more than just a gathering this morning. It is a catalyst for change. As we come together to explore new frontiers and build lasting partnerships, let's ensure that we come together as individuals from different parts of the world with the mindset that we want to make a change for the next generation to benefit from. May today's workshop inspire you to push you beyond boundaries, to ignite transformative change and lead the world into a future of limitless possibilities. Let us shape the future together as women. To kickstart, we are blessed this morning to have the presence of so many wonderful people, and I would introduce them as the time unfolds. But to begin today's second day of the workshop, we want to call Mrs. Marianne Yeboah to bless us with a prayer to start. Please, can we welcome her with a round of applause? Oh, your clap is too...
Shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for today. We thank you for a successful program yesterday. We commit today onto your hands. As we are about to start, be with us, stir the affairs of today and make it an amazing and wonderful one, so that at the end of the day we'll give you all the glory. In the mighty name of Jesus, amen.
Do it better for her. Thank you so much. I'm sure we will come. The prayer was just short and, yes, precise, straight to the point. Please, I would want to be a member. I'm your first member for your church. All right, moving on. Well, we had a lot of speeches yesterday. We had some solidarity. We had some goodwill messages. And, of course, Prof. Abena was here to encourage us and to motivate us. Now, we want to hear a recap of all that went on yesterday so that we can begin on a new sheet. Are we okay? All right. To help us recap all that we learned yesterday, we have the beautiful Mrs. Rosemary Adodankwa. Please, can you welcome her with a round of applause as she gives us a recap of what we did yesterday.
Thank you. Of the institution. Then after that, our very own female Pro-Vice Chancellor, Prof. Engineer Abena A. Obri-Yeboah also came to give us the purpose of the gathering, where she stressed on leadership, confidence building, and work-life balance for all of us. Then after that, she moved on to make us aware of a renewal from us, for us to move on from where we are now to a different place, still leaning on ourselves, because we need to do it on ourselves. He moved on. She spoke about a lot of things later on, but this was from the purpose of gathering. And then after the purpose of gathering, we had a lot of solidarity messages. One from Registrar Mr. Kofi Boache, where he expressed his support for all activities of women. We're made aware that she loves women so much, and he would push every woman who is ready to be pushed. Then after that, another special message was from KNUST by Prof. Mrs. Ibok Odro. And for her, she made us aware that we need a mindset shift as ladies or as women, where as women we should be in the known that we are not in competition with ourselves, but we need to cooperate, come together to form alliance so that we can move ahead. And then another was from another Prof. Mrs. Mercy Badu, who also made us aware that the work-life balance is very important, so we should concentrate on that. After that, we moved on to have our main speech. The main speaker was Prof. Engineer Abena Obri-Yeboah. She admonished us on a lot of things. I only touch on a few. All were important, but because it's a recap, I'll give the highlights of what she made us aware. She mentioned that as women, we need to think about ourselves. Not that we should forget about our homes, but to think about ourselves in a way that we need to, I always call it, pamper yourself. Go for shopping, relax when you need to be relaxed. We should not be engrossed in only work and the children and the family. Ourselves means ourselves personally. Then we should think about our work-life balance. And why should we do that? We should make better choices. We should prioritize our things. We should have intentions on what to do, what we need. And then we were reminded that this cannot be done out of magic. That is the word she used. We should make an effort to do it on our own. Then she moved on to talk about the statistics in this school, where women, we are, she termed it the we are just few. How do we grow? We can grow only when we have that intention to work towards ourselves. And this is why we are having this meeting today. And then after that, she made a summary. And in the summary, we were made aware that we must make time for ourselves. We shall balance our work life and the people we meet. And then so after this, we dispersed into two groups where we had an exciting time from the teaching and then the non-teaching. I believe we all went to do the same thing. We all went to look at the same thing. So in our various groups, we were taught how to prepare ourselves and the documents we need when we need to go for a promotion. Those who are new were admonished to start working on it now, so that by the time you are in your 4th year, you'd have all your documents gathered. And then we were made aware of all the documents that we need for promotion, for the various stages of promotion. And after that, we had a nice lunch and ended on the days. On this note, I believe that because yesterday was so exciting, today we are going to have a better section. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Please, let's do it better for Mrs. Rosemary Adudankwa. I believe we are now on the same page. She has taken us through all that we did yesterday. Are we all on the same page? So can we move forward? All right. Permit me to do some few introductions, okay, of our guest this morning. In no particular order, we have, of course, the organizer, the visionarian of this capacity building workshop in the person of Engineer Professor Mrs. Abna Ejewa Obri-Yeboah here. Thank you so much. Sitting next to her is Professor Mrs. Badu from KNUST. Thank you so much, ma'am. We also have with us Professor Mrs. Ibok Oduro. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are grateful. We have amongst us the only lady pastor on KSTU campus, Lady Pastor Professor Mrs. Mina Ofosu. Mina baby. Oh, that is also part. Okay. So, Lady Pastor Professor Mrs. Mina baby Ofosu. Thank you so much, ma'am. I can really worry this woman. And of course, we have one gentleman. He's not the only gentleman here, but we have a gentleman amongst us, a gentleman among gentlemen, a very gentle personality I love so much, Dr. Jenkins Asah. Thank you so much, sir. And of course, we have you also seated here. Please, can you give yourself a round of applause? Thank you so much for making time to join us as we climax the workshop for this occasion. Moving forward, we are going to listen to policy literacy. Policy literacy. What at all it entails, what it means as an institution. There are certain things that you need and you must be aware. The lawyers will tell you ignorance. Oh, come on, ignorance of the law is not an excuse. Yes. So you and I need to know what policies governs us as ladies as we grow in our academic ladder. So please, to do us this honest, we have Dr. Jenkins Sasa, who is the Deputy Registrar for General Administration here in our midst, and he will be giving us this talk. Please help me welcome him with a very beautiful round of applause.
Thank you, Lena. Good morning, ladies and colleagues. I want to thank the organizers of this program. I believe it is a first of its kind since we became a university. Am I right? Yes. We pray that it will become a yearly affair. Amen. Yes. So we are hoping that Provici and your team will continue to organize it yearly for us. We have to share, right? And I also want to thank you for the opportunity given to me to be part of this wonderful section. This morning, my job is to take you through some of the policies that we have as a university. My name is Jenkins, as you are all aware, and my topic is policy literacy, empowering staff through university policies. We want to empower ourselves. And so there's a need for us to know what is inside the various policies that we have, so that we'll know how to go about our lives on campus. Okay. So this is my outline. We want to look at what policy literacy means, and then we want to know why it matters. Why is it important for us to know these policies? We'll take time to look some of the policies, and then we'll go specifically to what is in there for us, and then where can we locate them, and then some common policy challenges that we need to know so that we all know how to address them. And then I'll bring my presentation to an end. So the question is, what is this? So what is it? It's about the ability of staff to recognize institutional policies. What is there? We should be able to know what we have as an university and where to find those policies. So that is all about policy literacy, knowing what is there and knowing where to find them. And then the ability to understand what is inside those policies, the rules, the responsibilities, what is expected of us. And then the ability to apply the policy understanding in our day-to-day decision making. So once we are able to do this, then we are exhibiting or showing that we really know what policy literacy is about. So my presentation, I'm hoping that by the end of my 30 minutes, at least I'll be able to help you achieve some of these, at least knowing what we have and where to find them, and some understanding of it. So my next question is, why is policy literacy matters? Why is it important that we should be policy literate? And my first point is, we need to be policy literate because it empowers us to know our rights, our responsibilities. As a university, we all need to know what is there for us, what is expected from us. And we can get all these from the policies, the university's policies. So that is the first reason. And then the second reason is it promotes equity and transparency. Once we have these policies and we all know what is expected of us, then it is expected that it will bring fairness and some transparency in the system. And once we have fairness and transparency in the system, it builds some kind of trust in the system as well. And eventually, it will lead to the overall performance of the university. Last but not the least, it develops us as individuals to be able to take up leadership roles. Because as we know the rules, then, because once we want to become leaders, it's expected that we should know what governs the institutions. And those are the policies. So when we become policy literate, it helps us, it empowers us, so that one day we can also become like what our province is today. So it is very important that we take policy literacy very, very seriously. My next section is to show you, let you know what we have as a university. And in fact, as a university, we have a lot of policies. And we need to know them. We have for now, we have about 42 policies. I don't know whether that is a lot or we are still crawling. Yes, I know we are still adding because almost every, yes, new ones come and then we keep on adding. So permit me to let us go through some of these policies. So that, because remember I said what policy literacy means, you should know what exists, right? So it's important that we know that we have all these policies there. So that whenever you are doing something, you are working on something, you know that, okay, let me refer to this policy and see what it is. Perhaps there's something there that I'll need to guide me. And then you consult that policy and it will help you to go about that thing well. So we have the admission policy, we have workplace AIDS, HIV/AIDS policy, we have the transport and vehicle maintenance policy, we have the staff development policies, we have the software management and usage policy. Please, can you go to the next page? So we have all these policies, for the sake of time, and once the slide will be given to you, I know we can always refer to them. So these are some of the policies that we have, up to 20, from disability policy up to corporate social responsibility policy. And then we have the security personnel policy, facility and access naming policy. We have health and safety policy, KSU management, risk management policy, guidance and counseling policy, graduate school student handbook, disaster recovery policy or plan. We have the academic certification policy, grants policy, and sports and recreational policy, and lastly, students' welfare policies. So we keep on adding as and when we see the need to have something to guide us. But for now, this is what we have. And we also have these important documents as well. As we are talking about policy, it's very important that we bring to your attention that apart from the policies too, we have the act that established the university. We have the statutes, that is our constitution as a university, and then the strategic plan. These are very, very important documents that as staff we cannot do without. Okay, so you realize that we have so many, and my task was to look at all these policies and bring out what is there for you. So I realized that it's not easy for me to exactly. So I just choose one or two policies for us to discuss, so that with time, maybe in the year exactly. And as we live here, I know you also read, and as I'm praying that it will become a yearly affair, we can look at the rest. Right. So we want to look at the staff development policy. And the question is, what is there for us? What is in there for us? So the staff development policy tells us that from that policy, what is there is that as staff, there's opportunity for us to apply for sponsorship. We can apply for sponsorship either with pay or without pay. And you must have served at least 3 years to qualify. If you're applying for sponsorship, the policy is saying that at least you should have served at least 3 years to qualify. So if I'm in a institution and I'm not up to 3 years, what it means I have to wait till my 3rd year or after my 3rd year, then I can qualify. And depending upon the program that you want to apply for sponsorship, there's also some age limit. There's an age limit. If the program that you're applying for sponsorship is first degree, the policy is saying that at least it shouldn't be more than 35 years. If you are going for masters, it shouldn't be more than 38. And for PhD, it shouldn't be more than 48. So when you are putting in application for sponsorship, it is very important that you bear all these in mind. Okay. And then sometime too, we sponsor ourselves. The policy is saying that even if you are sponsoring yourself, you need to officially inform the university. The university should be in the know that you are doing this on your own. So that will not be there and all of a sudden you give us a document telling us that you have achieved this and that. We want to be in the know. Perhaps there could be some assistance that can be given to you. So those of us who are doing the programs on our own, please, if you haven't officially informed the university, it is very important to do so because that is what the policy is saying. And then, largely, whether you get sponsorship or not, it depends upon the funds, availability of funds, and the needs assessment. Because sometimes maybe the program that you want to pursue, per the university needs assessment, maybe that is not the area that the university is moving. So it is not just automatic that once you have served 3 years, you are above 48 years, you put in your application, you should go through. No. Much depends upon the availability of funds and the needs assessment of the university. So we need to factor all these if we intend to apply for any sponsorship. And let's go to the next slide. So granted you are giving sponsorship. You have to serve the university. You have to be bonded to serve the university. And these are the bonding regime. If you are giving 1 year and it is full sponsorship, then you are expected to serve for 2 years. If it is partial, you serve only for 1 year. And some of the sponsorship, they are partial in the sense that maybe it is just your pay, your salary. No stipend, no air ticket and those things. So it becomes partial. And some too are fortunate to be given full. You get your pay. If it is outside, you are given ticket in and out. You have your stipend. So those one becomes the full scholarship. But if it's just salary, then that is partial. And the bonding regime are different. So 2 years, you come back and you serve for 4 years. 3 years, you serve for 5 years. And 4 years, you're expected to serve for 6 years. And that is what is expected. Unfortunately, of late, we have some issues with people not wanting to retain and serve. And it's even discouraging management of sponsoring people. Because they sponsor, they don't want to come back, and it becomes a problem for management. So, please, if we are fortunate to be sponsored, let's do our part by returning and serving, returning to serve the university. Okay, so we also have the opportunity to be sponsored to attend conferences. Apart from pursuing PhD, there's also provision for you to be sponsored to attend conferences. And these are the general rules. At least you should have been in the system for 3 years. And these conferences, I think it goes for only the teaching staff. For non-teaching staff, we can be sponsored to attend workshops like these ones. And I think it's for teaching staff because conferences is related to research and publications. But we non-teaching staff, we are not required to publish. So we can be sponsored to attend workshops like this. But the lecturers can be sponsored to attend conferences. And as I said, to qualify, you should have spent at least 3 years in the system. You must demonstrate continuous engagement in teaching and research prior to your application. So it means if I'm on study leave and for 1 year I have not been teaching, it means I'm out. Yes. So you have to be in teaching prior to your application. And then also it should be at least the conference that you want to attend is organized by a reputable organization, and should also show evidence that your abstract or your papers or paper has been accepted. And then you should also show evidence that you are the primary or first author. These are some of the guidelines for your application for sponsorship to attend conference to go through. So it's important that we take all this into account when we are applying for sponsorship, because once you apply, your application will be subjected to these rules before approval is given. The next slide, please. And what the university has done is that every faculty has been given a quota for these conferences. And so depending upon the faculty strength, your budget for conferences will be different from the other faculties. And within the faculty, this is how the sharing is done. So we have the professors taking 45% of whatever is allocated to the faculty. And then the senior lecturers, 33% is allocated to senior lecturers within the faculty. And then lecturer, 20%. So imagine if for a particular faculty is giving 1 million for conferences, the professors within that faculty will take the 45%, and then the senior lecturers will take 33%, and lecturers will take 22% of that budget. So you realize that there's no any provision for assistant lecturer, because they want you to make sure that you move and be within the lecturer and climb upward. So please, when it comes to conferences, this is what we have. And then 50% of the budget goes for local conferences, and then 50% for international conferences. For the local conferences, applicants can apply annually. You can apply annually. But for international conferences, you benefit once every 2 years. And that is because of lack of funds. We pray that as we get more money, this thing will be opened up so that it become a yearly affair. So that is that about the policy, the staff development policy of the university. That is what is in there for us as staff. And then I want us to look at the leave policy too. What is there for us? And the leave policy, we have several types of leaves. We have the annual ones, the annual leave. As for the annual leave, we have 42 days for senior members, and 39 days for senior staff, and 32 days for junior staff. So depending upon where you find yourself, every year you are expected or you are entitled to this number of years. And then also we have casual leave, which can be given up to 10 working days in a year. So what it happens is that you can take the 10 days at a go, but if you take it at a go, it means the whole year you have exhausted your casual leave days. So, but normally you can only be given casual leave when you have exhausted your annual leave. So if you haven't taken your annual leave, there's no way you'll be given casual leave. It is when you have exhausted that leave and there's still the need for you to do something, you need some time to do something, then you can fall on the casual leave. And then we also have the steady leave, which can be given up to 4 years with the possibility of giving extension, depending upon the issues that you may raise. And we also have examination leave. The examination leave, you are given 4 days in addition to the period for the exams. So if you are doing a particular exams and perhaps you need 20 days, okay, the policy says that we can give you up to 4 days in addition to that examination period. And then also we have the sabbatical leave, which is mostly for the lecturers. I hope Akwesi is not here. So if you serve for 6 years continuous, the policy says that you qualify for 1 year sabbatical leave. And then You can also serve for 2 years continuous. 10 years continuous. You qualify for 2 years sabbatical leave. In that case, you can take it 2 years continuous at a go. So this is what is there for us. And then we also have leave of absence. You can take leave of absence to, some take it to pursue political career and the rest. So that opportunity there is also there for us. If any of the above doesn't fit you can always take leave of absence. And in that case, you will not be paid. We'll take your name off from the payroll, and when you return, and we'll place you back. So you can take up to 12 months, that is 1 year. That is, in that case, you should have served at least 4 years. 4 years to qualify for leave of absence, up to 4 months. But if you haven't served up to 4 years, you can also, there's provision for you to take leave of absence, but that is just up to 6 months. That is what the policy is saying. We also have compassionate leave. Perhaps you have taken your annual leave, you have taken casual leave, and still you need some days to attend certain emergencies. The policy says that you can be given up to 10 working days within the year. So it's important that we know that that one too is also there for you. We have the sick leave. The sick leave too is also there. And that one, you just need to produce a form or letter from a certified medical officer. And depending upon the days that the medical officer will recommend, it is given to you. And then we have the maternity leave, which goes for 3 months. And if you are blessed to have twins, the policy says that you can go for 4 months. I was asking myself, if 1 is equal to 3, why not? Yes. But the policy says only 4 months. And in case you are expected to resume, and you are not medically fit to resume work, the policy says that you can also be given additional 3 months. But that one will depend upon what the medical officer will say. On top of that, if you are able to resume work, the policy says that for the next 1 year, 12 months, when you resume, you should close half day. By afternoon, you are done, so that you can go and take care of the baby. So that is that for the maternity leave. And I think, Mike, we've been left out, right? Are you sure? We need paternity. I think we've been given some 10-day working days. And most people are not taking it. So far, I think only 2 people have made use of it. Yes, we should give it to you, isn't it? Yes, yes. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sure. Oh, we need to make them know of it. Yeah, you're right. All right. So, Mike, we have a job to do, okay? Yes. And then also we have the secondment. There's also provision for us to be seconded to any university or any institution that you want. In that case, you will need that institution to write to the university, and then you also have to write to the VC to seek for approval. But hitherto, we're giving the approval internally, but of late, GTEC has brought some directive that they will give the final approval. So when the application comes, the VC will look at it, or management will look at it, and send recommendation to GTEC for final approval. So the question is, where can we find all these policies? I mentioned about 42 and keep on counting. Where can we find them? We can find them in our staff portal and then the university website. So this is where we can find all the policies. Okay, and quality assurance. Good. The hard copies are with quality assurance. Right, okay. But currently on our website, I think we have about 28 policies there. The rest are yet to be to put up there. Okay. So what are some of the challenges that we have with our policies? Limited access to the document, but as a university we are trying. We try to put them on the website so that accessibility will not be a problem, right? So as I said, we still have some few that we are working to put them up there. As soon as we get the approval from the approving authorities, we will put them there. And as I'm saying, I could see that my I will not say it, perhaps. All right. So we also have this perception that policies are for management. Some of us think that if I'm not in a leadership position, I don't need to know them. It's a wrong perception. We all need to know the policy so that we can be each other's keeper. Whether what I'm doing, whether this office, what they are doing is in line with the policy. It is not when you become a head of a unit that you need to know the policy. We need to know them. In fact, knowing them will even help us to assume those leadership positions. And then sometimes there's that low awareness of the policies. I'm sure if I'd mentioned all the policies, I just gave the number, some of us wouldn't have known that, hey, as a university, we have this there. So we need to make effort and know all those policies. And then sometimes we have outdated policies. We are not able to review them so that they will be relevant. So we need to take note that, so that periodically we can review them so that they can still be relevant to us. And then sometimes we are not able to monitor some of these policies to know the outcomes, whether really they are serving their purposes and where we need to change. So as I bring my presentation to an end, I want to call upon you and say that, yes, we have a lot of policies as a university, and we are still adding. But we need to know where to find these policies. And I've shown you where they are. So once we know where we can locate them, we need to make time to read them. They are meant for us. Though we are busy, but let's make time to read them and seek clarification when in doubt. Sometimes we may read something, but it's not clear to us. And we have our colleagues around that we can seek for clarification. And then I'm also saying, let the policy guide your daily actions and decisions. In fact, that is what they are meant for. We don't just read, but we read to know so that they can guide our daily actions within the university. And then we should be ready to share it with our colleagues. Somebody said, when women in the university understand policy, they govern them. They do not just follow, but they shape the future of the university. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. Please, let's do it better for him. Policy literacy. Wow, I learned a lot. If 1 is equal to 2, I beg your pardon, if 1 is to 3, 2 is to... Oh, 2 is to... Doc, please, we have a lot of questions, so... We have a lot of questions to ask. Are we ready, ladies, to ask questions? Yes. So, Doc, please, kindly get me... Okay, I think I have an extra microphone. Please, we want to begin with the questions. Do you have any clarification? Wait. Relax. You're making my Nigerian accent appear. Doc, please, kindly... Hello? Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, so please let me see those who want to ask questions on this lane so that we can do it swiftly. So we have, please, you are number 1. Any other person? Yvonne, you are number 2. Then let's move on to the next lane. Please, do we have any questions there? All right. So, Mrs. Dankwa. Oh, please, you can stand. I'll move around.
Thank you. Doc, please, I need a clarification for this. You mentioned that we have sponsorship. I'm talking about sponsorship. Full sponsorship, partial one. And then you spoke about probably those who travel to have their studies where they take their salaries, they are paid, their stipends and all that. I want to know where you place this category of people. Those who go to school in Ghana here, probably Tech, UCC, Winneba, they are paid their salaries, all right. They are paid only their school fees, nothing else. So probably you combine the school fees, it will amount to 20-something thousand throughout their program. Where do you place that one? Is it a full sponsorship or partial one?
Thank you. I think they fall under partial. Once it is, and even, did you say full school fees? Okay. Normally, whether it is full sponsorship or partial, it will be indicated on the sponsorship letter. It will be indicated on the sponsorship letter. So I will advise that let's pay attention to the sponsorship letter that is given to you. Because sometimes the fees may be half, or you are giving, the university will pay full fees. So it depends. And sometimes this decision, whether it is partial or full, is normally decided by the staff development committee. And since we don't have a policy that spells out what constitutes full sponsorship and partial sponsorship, normally the committee will look at what is being given to you and decide whether it is partial or full sponsorship. And that will be indicated on the letter or in the letter that is given to you. I don't know whether I've been able to help you, Madam Rosemary.
Classification, and I didn't find this one anywhere in it. But well, we will go and look at the letters and then see where those people fit into.
Yes, you see,
because with your table, it's no, I can't see it.
Is that my table focus on the bonding regime?
Yes.
But what constitutes full sponsorship and partial sponsorship is not indicated in any of our policies.
Yes.
So I didn't want to go there.
Okay.
Because I don't have that mandate.
All right.
But it is the staff development committee that will look at what the person is asking for, okay, and then decide whether it's full or partial. And normally that is indicated in the person's letter.
Right.
So where I stand, I don't want to commit myself and defining. Yes, that's
Okay.
right.
But I only realized that the bonding is what constitutes the full or partial is what amounted or constitutes the bonding. Because from the table you see that full, this, that you are bonded for this number of years. Then you spend this, you are bonded for that number of years.
Sure.
That's why I said I did not see those who go to school here and how they will be bonded. All the same, I'll go and check. Thank you.
And you are perfectly right. And I want the non-teaching staff who are here, this can be a good suggestive memo because the policy is absent in that area. We should know what constitutes full sponsorship and partial sponsorship. It should have been part of the policy, but it's silent. And so we can take it up, and that can become a good suggestive memo for us to write on. Thank you.
Please, we have another here.
Thank you for the insights given. Concerned about the sponsoring for conference. So I go for an international conference. I was given some money. Then I go for a local one, and I was told that because I've benefited from the international one, I'm not going to be giving anything for the local one. But from what you told us so far, it means international is just once 2 years, for 2 years, and then the local is every year. So I want to find out, why was I denied?
Okay, I probably think the main reason would be due to lack of funds. That's the main reason. That could be the main reason, because the policy says for local conferences, an applicant can apply annually. So once you apply and there's availability of funds and you have met, in fact, what I gave you is just the general requirements. There are other additional requirements as well. But because of time and because I have shown you where you can get these documents, I believe that the details, you can pick them. But what I just shown is just a few of the requirements. And I believe maybe they might have looked at other reasons as well. And one could be lack of funds, or perhaps the thing that you have benefited once and there are others who have not benefited at all. So why not give the opportunity to those applicants instead of giving it to somebody who have already benefited? So I personally believe that it could be due to lack of funds, or it could be other applicants who also applied have not benefited at all. So they thought it appropriate to also let them also enjoy it. I don't know whether I'm able to help you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, do we have any other question? Okay. There is a question online, and I'll ask that, I think, for the last.
Thank you very much, Doc. My question is in line with the steady leave. Assuming 2 workers, one is studying abroad, and another one is also studying and at the same time working. How are these people treated in terms of sponsorship, whether full or partial? And the second one, at what point is somebody qualified for sponsorship and not qualified for sponsorship? Whether the person is outside studying or the person is studying and at the same time working fully.
Okay, thank you. I'll start from the last point. You said at what point is an applicant qualified or not qualified? Yeah, the policy says that at least you should have been in the system for at least 4 years. And then also I went further to indicate the age. You shouldn't be more than 48 years. So when you apply, your application will be subjected to all these applications. And above all, they also look at the needs assessment of the department, and for that matter, the university. So if your program of study is not within the needs assessment or the needs of the department, then the university wouldn't want to commit funds to that area, because perhaps we have many lecturers in the system in that area already. So some of the reasons that you can be denied. And then the second question is somebody who has traveled outside, and then somebody who's working and schooling at the same time. From where I sit, if you compare the two, you need to also know, even though you are working, the other person is not working. But it could be that the person who have traveled outside is also just receiving salary, and he or she is also taking care of other things herself. So we need to know all those things before we can be able to say whether it's full sponsorship or partial. But as I said earlier, the policy is absent, is silent on what constitutes a full sponsorship and partial sponsorship. And it's normally at the time that the board or the committee is awarding the scholarship that they will pronounce that. And as I said, I wouldn't want to commit myself by trying to categorize and provide some kind of definitions, because I may be wrong. I wish it was in one of our policies, then straight away we're able to know that. But that power of determining whether it is full sponsorship or partial is normally taken at the time that the board or the committee is considering the application. And it's always indicated in your sponsorship letter so that you can either accept or reject it. Please, have I been able to help you?
Please, sir, I want to know which time, or do we have specific time in the year that someone can embark on his or her annual leave? Because I learned that during the first quarter of the year, a staff is not allowed to enjoy his or her annual leave. And I want to know if it is backed by a certain law or is backed by policy or from your presentation.
Thank you. When we look at our policy as well as the labor law, we don't have, you are expected to take your leave within the calendar year. So if it's from January to December, you are expected to take it within this period. That is what the law says, and that is what our policy also says. So we don't have it anywhere where a staff cannot take his or her leave in the first quarter. Legally, we don't have it. But I think that thing came up because perhaps we thought that, oh, you just started work. The year has just started. Why not work for a while and before you go take your annual leave? Because you just started. But legally, we don't have anything like that. And I think nobody, once we don't have it legally or by law or by policy, nobody can deny you that. Thank you. Mercy, have I been able to help you? Thank you.
Okay. So, Doc, somebody is asking online. It's concerning the maternity leave. And she's saying that if she has exhausted the 3 months and medically she's seen unfit, you mentioned that you'll be given extra months. The person is saying, can or would that be taken or deducted from her annual leave, or it's
no,
not?
It will not be deducted from the person's annual leave. All that you need is a medical, a letter or a form from a certified medical officer indicating that the person is not fit and will need additional number of days. The 3 months indicated there is the maximum that you can take. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you should be given 3 months to go. But I know the medical officer will look at the situation and will prescribe the appropriate number of days that the person would need to be able to recover. But the policy makes provision up to 3 months to enable the person to fully recover. And it will not be deducted from your annual leave. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Doc. And my question is, I believe in your disability policy, there are reasonable accommodation. And looking at the venue, it seems it's not disability friendly. So I want to know if this was considered before choosing the venue. And also when you spoke about the policy for staffs, I didn't hear anything concerning persons with disabilities. So assuming an employee or a staff is persons with disability, do you have any specific policy that is also governing the person? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start from the back, the last one. Because of time, I couldn't mention the various policies. In fact, I had wanted to do so that at least by mentioning of it is one way of getting to know that we have it. But we have it. We have disability policy. In fact, it is part of the policy that are projected. It is there. Okay, so we have it. And then your first question, whether when we're choosing this venue, we took into consideration disability. I think maybe the registration, applicants were asked to register. And those who were asked to indicate. I'm believing that we did not receive anybody indicating that is disability or whatever. That is why we went ahead to have it here. And when I look around, I think all right, so none of the participants other than that would have changed the venue. Thank you. I want to contribute. I want to contribute. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Doc. Please, I want to find out if someone is on sabbatical leave, is the person entitled to full salary and all allowances? And from your presentation, it means that if I'm working like 30 years in the university, then I can have 6 years of sabbatical, 2, 2, 2. Is that the case?
That's a difficult one, right? For now, what the policy says is that if you have worked for 10 continuous years, you can take 2 years at a go. But that mathematics that you did, it's not captured in the policy. So for now, we'll stick to ourselves to the 2 years. What it means is that you can be given 2 years, and then you go and come back, and then, yes. It's sent. My province want to contribute.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm saying that if you serve 30 years continuously, you still get 2.
No, what I wanted to find out, so after 10 years, I take the 2. I come back, I say for another 10 years,
You can, yes. Yes, you can.
All right. Thank you, Province. The second portion, Doc, can you remind me the second? Oh, that is it. Yeah, whether if you're on sabbatical, you take. No. You take only your basic salary. And if you are working in Ghana, where you are serving, you still draw your salary from your mother institution, but where you are doing your secondment can give you allowances, but your salary will still, you will draw it from your mother institution. So you can't take double salary.
Okay.
Please, are you okay? All right.
All
or you
right.
think that we should go for double salary? Yeah.
All right. So, Doc, please, you take the final question,
Okay.
and then we will be done with this section.
Please, I want to find out why senior members non-teaching are not entitled for sabbatical leave.
Thank you. I hope you were here. When I got there, I said, I wish Akushi was here. Where should I start? This thing is an issue between the union, non-teaching staff, and GTEC. And I think recently GTEC... Exactly. GTEC gave a ruling on it, but I'm not privy to the ruling. But the issue is that you bear with me that as I was going through the leave, the various leave that we have, for non-teaching, we take 42 within the year. Yes, and some of us will make sure that you take it. But the lecturers, they don't. The lecturers, they don't have time. They work throughout almost the whole academic year. Right? Exactly. That is why they are giving the sabbatical. But even the sabbatical, they still go and retrain themselves or work. They don't go to rest. Oh, yes. So, if we non-teaching staff, we are allowed to also take the sabbatical, I don't know. But unless maybe it is for training, retraining yourself, then perhaps it can be considered. But for now, sabbatical, from our policy, everything is geared towards teaching staff. And as I said, this thing was taken on by the union, and there's a directive from GTEC. I'm not privy to that one, but I wish Akwesi was here. He would have thrown more light on it. But for now, please, the sabbatical per our status is for teachers, not for non-teaching staff. For us, it's for the annual leave, the compassionate leave, and all those that I mentioned. Thank you.
We are grateful. Dog, we are so grateful. And I believe we are all okay with the answers he gave to us. And he taking us through the policy literacy. We have all learned one or two. And I'm sure we are going to write a lot of suggestive memos, seeing a lot of loopholes. Dog, please, you will come. You will come for assistance. We are so grateful. Thank you so much once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to our next presentation. It's a very interesting one, a very, very, very interesting one. And I know it's going to be of great help and great influence upon you. The topic, or what our next speaker would be addressing, is navigating the career space with a difficult spouse. Navigating the career space with a difficult spouse. I pray and I hope that nobody has a difficult spouse, but if we do, we would still have to learn. Even if we don't, you could have a boss who is difficult, you could have anybody around you who is difficult, and probably navigating your way around these people can be a bit challenging. So I am sure you are all interested in that. So please, let's stay glued to our seats and listen to this beautiful woman I'm about to introduce. She's a woman who doesn't want too many introductions, but her CV alone can write a book. Yes. She's a professor. I introduced her yesterday, but let me just give you some bits. Yes. She's saying it's enough, but no, let me give you some bits so that those who were not here yesterday would also appreciate all you have done as a woman. She is a professor of provost, I beg your pardon, of post-harvest technology at the Department of Food and Science Technology in Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Kumasi, Ghana. She's a renowned scholar with over 28 years of experience in food processing. If not anything, I'll say some of us were not born, but we were born by very little, very, very little children, as at the time she started. She has BSc and MSc degree somewhere in the 1980s. Yes, so that is what I'm saying, somewhere in the 1980s. And she had a doctorate in 1995. Still, some of us were still children, yes. Some of the leadership roles that she has held. She is the first female, okay, who was the first female as the provost of College of Science at KNUST, the dean of Faculty of Bioscience. She was the head of Department of Food Science and Technology, the vice dean for the Faculty of Science and Technology, and she has served as a vice dean for the International Student Affairs. I thought you were going to applaud for that. This particular woman has over 180 journal publications. We are struggling over one. She has over 180 journal publications, 12 book chapters, and 120 conference articles and manual. Oh, let's appreciate this woman. As for membership, don't try. She is a member of the International Leadership Foundation, the Organization for Women in Science for the Developing World, Africa Scientific Institute, Women in Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. She has combined, and she said it is too much. She is a mentor and a counselor for young professionals who are women and the youth at large, and she supports early career scientists through FNest Africa. Please, let me end it here. Help me welcome the beautiful Professor Ibok Nsa Odro. Please, let's do it better for her.
Okay, it's not easy. This topic has made me not to sleep. You have not known what I have gone through. Because I've been asking myself, why did they give this topic? I've been giving talks, but this one has KLX. It's a thorn in the flesh. It's what? A thorn in the flesh for me as a person. So I asked myself, why did they pick this topic? I am sure there's a reason. There's what? A reason. So we will have a video first, but there's when Doc was saying something about policy, I picked 3 words. And that 3 words must be applied to your spouse. One is understand, interpret, and apply. Is what? Understand, interpret, and apply. Immediately he said so. It clicked. I think that is one of the reasons we struggle. Are you getting it? There's what? Confucius says, tell me and don't forget. You do what? Forget. Show me. And what did it say? If you show me, I will do what? I will remember. But involved me, and I will never what? Forget. Then back and practice. I've always believed in practice. Something you learn. And interestingly, as a church, as a mosque, we carry God on our head as if we are so interested in him. But when it comes to the doing, it's like he is no more. So when I go and see women full church, he carries the key of the world upon his shoulder, I know he will carry. Then the person says, hey, then I'll be wondering, are we singing this song from our head? That it has not entered our heart? Then we begin to walk. So it means we are just carrying a form of godliness. And the power behind the person we talk about is not there. I'm telling you the very truth. It saddens me that those who don't know this God we carry about should learn from us. So we will listen to what? Understand, interpret, and do what? Apply. So we will listen to a video before I start. But before then, somebody told me a story that they went to church, the wife and the husband went, they were there. Then they started worship. Hey! The wife was sitting and watching the man. He was jumping, celebrate. Hey! Hallelujah. Then the woman said, hey, then my husband is very happy. Oh. Ah, this man is happy. This man is what? Happy. So the song was going. Now they enter into the car on their way home. The woman said, sweetheart, I saw you were really dancing. But you know the students' shoes needs for Christmas time. Hey, the man said, what? Why are you here? They fought until they got home because something has been triggered. But you did what? Did the dancing. Interpreted the dancing wrongly and applied what? Wrongly. And it triggers. You understand? And that's what happens. There's no relationship that we need to do. The man was enjoying, maybe he was dancing knowing that the pocket is dry. Trusting the Lord, because they've told us when you celebrate and sing unto the Lord, the door will open for money to come. Do you get it? So we will be, is there a challenge with the video you are having? Okay. Start the presentation. If it's ready, then I'm an alternative pathway person. So then you work on the video. And that is an AI video I wrote. Somebody shared something with me. By the time they have turned it into a video. So I wanted to tell you that you have a long way to go. Just like I have. When it comes to this. Please, let's do the presentation. Okay. So, where's the laptop? Please, you can put it here. Yes, that's my first slide. I know you have come with a mindset. You have come with what? A lot of what? Today, we have to shift. We have to do what? Shift. There's a need for mindset shift. Because we carried so many things on our head about people. About people. I was trying to tell Prof that they should give 1 month to be at home. She said, no, they will come and worry you. Get you to think food. I said, it is not true. Because we think of these men like that. You understand? But every man is different. Every what? Man is different. And every is what? Different. Because as you think, so you are. As you do what? Think. So you are. So we transfer our thinking into people's life. And they act according to the way you think. Did you understand? Yes. The same with our children. You transfer your thinking into them. And you always be seeing you wear. And I can tell you that glasses becomes a goggle. You can't see beyond that. Until you change and see them differently, you'll be seeing what you want to see. Is it ready? Hey, I tell you today. So, so there's a passage I love so well, that anything you see is subject to what? Hey, anything your eyes sees is subject to what? Change. If you knew how I was very thin, but now you can't believe I'm the same person. You can look at yourself. I was not also wearing glasses. I was looking at Messi. I didn't used to see you with glasses. So everything you see is subject to what? Change. Immediately you see it, it has the ability, the potential to change. So the difficult situation we are talking about, put it on slideshow. The difficult situation we are all looking and talking about is subject to what? Change. So, please go back. So because of that, even myself, when they gave me the topic, I was trying to navigate. I was doing what? Navigating. Because I was telling myself there are so many mindsets here, and you want to shift it. So how do you have your root? I had to understand. Had to do what? Be able to interpret. So that I know how to what? Apply. That is life. That is what? Life. Life is not straight line. It's not what? Straight line. So I've been struggling since I got this topic. So I won't lie to you, please. So just like you want to hear me, I had to navigate also. Are you getting it? Yes. So because of that, the next slide tells you how I had to do it. Please, can we read together? I think the spirit of Eternal. We put a, you don't worry yourself. I just saw it. You typed it, don't worry. Don't get at all. Please, can we read it together? We fix not on what is sin, but on what is unseen. Since what is sin is what? Temporary. But what is unseen is eternal. Yes, that is what I want you to carry. You fix. When you fix your eyes on something, that something becomes like a big goggle. And even when that person has some good aspect, you can't see. Because you're fixed, you're focused, so it begins to expand. It looks as if that is all about life. And your mindset becomes fixed mindset. Becomes what? Fixed mindset. But in real life, you need growth mindset. You need what? Growth mindset. A mind that is ready to grow. So I started asking myself, do you have the... So I asked, what does it mean to you, please? I want to hear from... We will be interacting, so don't be relaxing like you're in the sitting room. No lecture today. My students, they know me. I don't know why people are at their back. See, that's one of my students. He knows that I don't do all the talking because I'm not the embodiment of knowledge. Everybody has something. And I want us to... Why are these people at their back? These are seats here. Why? I wanted to engage you. Yes. What is navigate? Another word for navigation. Navigate. Maneuver. Put it. Maneuver. Don't put it here too. Maneuver. Take maneuver. So if you have a difficult situation, what do you need to do? It's a meandering. Be taking those words so that when you see a difficult situation, you begin to understand. What else? They know this is how I teach you, so because I'm not embodiment, I don't carry all the knowledge in my head. Meandering. Meandering. What other words? Navigate. So let me ask you, if you were in a class and you ask your student this question and they are all quiet, what will you do? What will you do? You people, but now you're doing the same thing to me. You tell them to stand up. I be teaching. So then you'll be moving around, causing confusion in the class, and they'll be watching you. But you are doing the same to this one too. What's another word? We've had two. Winding. Winding. Winding, yes. The pilot through. Powerful words. To set out. Steering. Twist, twist, twist. Those words you are using, are they easy? Negotiate, yes. Are they easy? The word themselves, if you want to look at the real meaning. I always tell people that one of the challenges we have is when we enter in the academic environment, the ecosystem own characteristics. Has what? Its own characteristics. So you don't walk into it and think flow. The same with this marriage we are talking about. We can't just walk into it and think that we will not be meandering. It's part of it. It's part of what? It. So these were the words. Wayfinding, steermanship, sailing, pathfinding, guidance, negotiate. When we look at career space, what are we talking about? Is that broad area, the field which your career develops? Your career what? Develops. So you are going to develop your skills, interests, you look for opportunities and what? the professional environment where you are. So that's the space we are looking at, and you have to navigate. You negotiate, you find a path, and that is the same way you do in homes. It is not different. So I always tell the young people who want to marry, I say, how come you do literature research to find gaps? When it comes to marriage, you don't do literature review to find gaps. That one is, I have fallen in love. Then we go, fall in love, fall. Now stand in love, you won't stand. That's how I teach them and laugh. So that I'm doing this so that if you are in difficulty here, you relax. That's what I'm getting you to, the point of seeing it as part of the journey of life. As part of what? The journey of life. There's no marriage that is, would I say 100%? No. Everybody had to navigate. Everybody has to do what? Navigate. So those stories you compare, when you see the person outside is laughing and smiling, you think, hey, I wish mine was like. No. There is something under the carpet. So don't compare. Don't do what? Compare. Yours is what? Unique. It's what? These 5 fingers, are they the same? So anytime you start comparing your difficult situation with another person's difficult situation, you are missing it. Because it's like this finger, I use it to lick what? Soup. Then I start saying, why is this one not licking food? Why is this one not licking food? Is this one meant to lick food? No. That's what we do. We try to catch that all men, all women should behave the same way. We are unique. We are what? Unique. No comparison. Please. Yes, move on. When we say difficulty, what about the state of being hard to do, to deal with, or understand. That's why I use the word. You must understand, interpret, and do what? Apply. Or a state of being difficult, fact of not being easy to do, to handle, or understand. So understanding is the key, first, of the situation before you start navigating. Is that okay? You have to understand. So it's not that Ajwa is doing this in their house, go feast. No. You must understand your own what? Situation and navigate through it. Yes. I want you to generate profile for difficult spouse. Each person should generate profile. What do you think when they say spouse is difficult? Write them down. Maybe you see yourself in it. Because this story is just about you're looking at somebody. I want you to write it. Please. Profile somebody that you say is what? Difficult spouse. I will ask people to share. That's a group activity. But I would have put you in a group. Then put. When you say somebody, a spouse, is difficult, what are you saying? I'm giving you 2 minutes to do that. Profile, a picture of the person. You see, I am trying to get you to see something. They are bringing food. You see what food can cost? When you say the man will worry you, even you are enjoying this way. So you don't know yourself. Huh? Even phone is worrying some people too. So please, generate some profile. When you say a spouse is difficult, what are you saying? What? If you say dog is difficult, your leader is difficult, what is it? What is it? My wife is difficult. My husband is difficult. Please, let's begin to think. What is it that I'm saying the person is difficult? Right, generate some profiles. Then I will pick some people to share. Amma knows the mother. It's fun. Knows that I can't just be doing the talking alone. They must also We are co-creating. We are doing what? Co-creating. I said somebody, Prof. Ofori is difficult. What is it? Prof, it's very difficult. This prophecy, very difficult to do. What is it? They've been saying it. I like that. What is this? When the person becomes defensive during an argument. Okay, I like that. Defensive during an argument. When the person is truthful. Okay, truthful. And it becomes difficult because the person is truthful. Is it not a character you should love? I'm just wondering. You see, I like that, yes. Convincing, self-centered. You can't convince the person. Easily angered. These are difficult. Yes. Please be writing it. Egocentric. It's about him or her. Self. Self. Too demanding. He thinks he's always right. Doesn't appreciate anything. Put it right. Be writing, because you must be asking yourself, do you have a tint of this inside you? Because it's important. When you are examining somebody, it's always good to look at people and see what you can only see the person, you don't see yourself. It's something you see, the glasses we put on is a problem, because in doing that, you remove yourself from the scene. And you know the story says, if you point, this looks at you. That's why we need to navigate. Yes? I'm listening here. Non-compromising. He takes a stand. That's the fixed mind. This is how we do it. And it must be done that way. Now, communicate. So when we say difficult spouse, different ways of different people, it means different things, like what we have just generated. Mine might be impossible to please. Are you getting it? Another person is hard to communicate with, quick to argue. It's what? Everybody. So I have made you to mention others. Are you getting it? So you discover that these are issues. But if you also come to yourself, depending on the context, you might behave exactly like you. Okay? So this is reflection time. Do you see some of these signs in your stakeholders? The people, apart from, remove the home. Remove the glass of home first. Do you see these signs you mentioned? Difficult to please, this. Do you see them in your stakeholders? As in the student you teach, do you see them? Do you see them in your children also? I want you to be, yet we are talking, so we engage our heart. It's our heart we are engaging. What does it mean to you? If you are seeing it, even in your children, in everywhere you go, you see these signs of difficulty, and you see them all around. What do you think? What does it mean to you? That is what? Human. Is what? Human. And in selecting a husband or a wife, you select from this human. They will not come from the moon. So that I want you to get to a point of relaxing. That it is well. That is what? It is well. Can you avoid difficulty in career space? Can you escape it? I want you to answer. These questions are so searching. am in a career space also. Are you getting it? I left my baby 3 months and went to do PhD. Are you getting it? So I had a difficult traveling, moving. Can you avoid difficulty in career space? No. No. It's not possible. It's not what? Possible. How do you see difficulty? How do you see difficulty? These are things when you take time to retreat, you discover that there is more to life. There is what? More to life. To reflect. I'm not standing here as a perfect example. Are you getting it? But for many years I've been counseling people. One of the things is people coming into this journey with a mindset that it is a bed of roses. Then they be asking, the girls will be asking the men, are you romantic? I ask, you don't know romance, so you don't know. It is when you enter and you are doing your career, then you understand. If you can be having sex every day, you feel tired. But when you were doing lovey-lovey, if I had told you in counseling that it is not like that, they will say, Madam is not spiritual. I'm happy the young ones are here because the things they look out for is serious, very serious. Very what? Serious. Please, can you avoid difficulty? No. So what next? What next? Reason why you can't avoid difficulty. Do you know? Please, do you know reason? Is what? Because it's difficult. I like that. Because it's what? Difficult. I want you to be relaxed. The journey is sweet, depending on how you position your mind. Please go on. Disagreement between two what? Parties. Normally from disagreement, all what you said was, this person is this person is this. So I was looking at it, different backgrounds. Different what? Backgrounds of the spouses. The way they were brought up. And interestingly, when I go for women's fellowship, and the women are complaining about the men, and then I will just stand up and, please, who trained them? They will all be quiet. Who trained them? The women. The mothers. I always ask them. And because of that, they won't invite me. Because I'm from a home where they train the boys and the girls the same way. Are you getting it? They were not special. I was also. I remember my son, they said, don't cry. Men don't. I say, cry. I say, cry. You have emotions, isn't it? Yes. But mothers accept that and build them not to feel. Are they not human beings? Made in the image of God? That is it. So we have been part of the problem. And we must be part of the what? Solution. Perceptions. Lack of knowledge and understanding of the person. And you know the person, and you don't know the purpose of your own marriage, nor the purpose of your own life. Limited knowledge of the person, and also what? The purpose. So you go, your friend says, we have been traveling to Valley something to enjoy the open door, they close. You here, you are in that one room. The man will not say, let's go and enjoy. Then you come. I don't understand this house. Nothing. No excitement. Is that the purpose of your own marriage? Did you find out if that man likes traveling? Did Did you know about that? Me like this, I know my husband likes the house. Are you getting it? Yes. So what I did was the small travel, go to Accra to see my mother-in-law. I had to make sure we go there. And he was happy to go with me. Then we go and stay there. Not to Valley Safari, yes. Where we will go, open the door, dance and dance. We were going to my mother-in-law's one room to do what? Then we will come out from the compound. My mother-in-law will prepare the food. Then I'll sit and eat from the what? The pot. I knew that was my own. That is what? My own. And I'm happy with it. I'm what? Happy with it. Individual what? Aspiration, expectation. And I want to say wrong assumptions. Wrong what? Assumption. And we carry that same mind to God. We assume God is a Father Christmas. So they tell you if you put 10,000 you will get what? As if God is a lotto. Huh? Something. No. Please. One thing we need to pray for is, Lord, help us not to have wrong assumptions. Wrong assumption. Assuming what the person is doing mean this. We are very good at interpreting. The ladies are like that. You know, I used to tell somebody that I grew up with guys. When you write a letter to a guy, he will just read and put it there. A lady will, what did he mean? Bring a dictionary. Look. Do you understand? We are unique people. Men are not like that. To change them, sometimes to be like that. And they also want to change us. Are you getting it? So in the process of that, there'll be what? Disagreement. Because everybody thinks my own way of doing things is better. The man thinks he's better, the woman thinks he's better. Then there'll be conflict. That we can't, because of perception, wrong assumption, thinking that way. And this is also ends with somebody said that they don't want to accept that they are wrong. Pride sets in. Ego stick. Do you get it? And I can tell you the source is the fallen world. The what? The fallen world. We are not perfect what? Being. So conflict is a necessity. Is what? A necessity. It's not bad at all. It's not what? Bad at all. Can be what? Prevented. Can be what? Managed. It can be what? Resolved. Please, can somebody read this?
Give your spouse your time, your affection, and your attention.
Please read it again.
Regardless of how hard you work, give your spouse your time, your affection, and your attention.
This is for both. When I'm talking, I'm not talking about just because sometimes you are now looking and marking that man. Please don't mark the man. I'm talking to you. Don't be, please. I know your mind is on that man. Leave that man what? Alone. The marking scheme. You are very good at that. Please leave that man alone. We are all in there. You know, yesterday I watched a program. I've been sending messages to people that people need people. People do what? Need people. And I also told them about there's a ministry of presence. Some of us are not present at home. We might be there, but we are not present. They can't feel you. They can't do what? Feel you. If you're there, it's somewhere, everybody is moving. No, you are not present. The children can't feel you. The man too can't feel you. The woman cannot what? Feel you. Because you're not present. You don't feel yourself. Also, it's true. You are there always carrying something around the place. You can't feel yourself also. Because you can't feel yourself, how can you feel others? That's the problem. This one says come. Especially, you know, I am also a church person, but the way the women carry church is something. When we get to heaven, you will understand. Better by and by. We carry it as if. I've always told my pastor that my church, first church is my home. Is what? If I cannot be present there, I come to church, I will just come and release on present. One kind of thing. So my home. You don't do devotion, everybody carry. Last week I was with the youth. So I was supposed to talk to them about time with God. And they said, they were late for church. This is. Mama, everybody. If you can't have devotion with the children, you and your husband, so on, is it the church one you will be, or you're there marking attendance? Please, let us be sincere with ourselves. Amen. Amen. Okay. So there are 4 characters at play during difficulty. There are 4 what? Character at play when there are difficulty. One is what? Must win character. Must what? Win character. It's not good. So every time you're going for negotiation, your mindset is that this month I have to win. It's a must. You go. Same way when we go to negotiate with the government, it is we must win. No. The next one is indifferent character. You withdraw from the situation easily, you yield to the situation. The third one is the negotiation what? Character. The last one is somebody who wants to be a resolver. And we prefer that somebody, we should begin to move and resolve what? Issues. You nip them as they come. You don't do what? Piled. By the time you pile, we need a bulldozer. Are you getting it? So we nip them as they appear. You nip them as they appear. You nip them as they appear. One of the things I notice about this is we don't engage in hard talks. Hard what? Talks. Which says it's delicate. So there was a time I asked the lady, say, my husband. Then I said, how did he open his mouth to ask you for marriage? Please. It means before this, you were talking. You were going for the valley. So what is happening? So it's always very good to review things and ask yourself, what changed? What changed along the way? Please, can we read this together? Please read it again. Who knows what that means? The nuances behind that statement. Who can just share something that struck you from that quote? Is unknown. This tells you people have been going through what you're going through. Are you getting? And so they pen them down. So please, who can say something about this quote? Hey, my class, oh, my class. What is happening to the student? Oh, please. Is that?
I want to use as an example to this, where you see yourself in marriage and then because you want to thrive in your field, in your workplace, you forget things. And because it's a balancing purpose and partnership isn't always easy. We know the marriage ground is not that easy. And this is tested most times when in your career you want to build. So you go to school, you spend time at your workplace, and if you are not careful, you ignore the things you have to do home. And when this happens, that is the test of time. So when this happens, they are saying that it is just grace and patience. And then the clear vision is when you sit back to realize that, well, I'm putting too much time into my work. There is no balance, like Prof gave the talk about work-life balance. You are just putting too much effort into maybe your workplace without balancing it with the family life. And after that, or on that note, you need grace, you need patience, and you need to sit back and then tell yourself that, no, I have to work on the marriage. You need to put an effort in it before you can be successful. That is where I see the bad grace, patience, and clear vision can turn even resistance into quiet support. That is what I feel. Thank you.
Into what?
Quiet support.
Into what? Quiet support. Thank you very much. Anybody have to say? Okay, let's move on. Dealing with difficulty, possible solutions. One of the key things you need to do is to establish the personality you are married to. The what? The personality you are married to. That person. That person, not another person. You know, my husband, when I met my husband, he doesn't open doors for people. Those things people like now. Open door, then you go and sit. No. He's not the one who opened doors and close it. And then before he goes to his own side to open. No. So I married him as he is. So I did. So if he changes now to open the door and close for me, I will say, hallelujah. Are you getting it? So precious to me. Another person, that opening is so much that he will tell everybody, you know my husband, we can work together. He won't even mind me. And then you make a big. Do you understand? Yes. Huh? I accepted that he won't open doors and close for me. And he will not be also in front of people. To be frank, if you see my husband on the road and I decide to do like, hey! It's like he wants to enter the ground. So, I have to know him. Please don't. Do you understand? So why should you I always ask people, if most people you see in outside that they are discussing as we, they don't discuss at home. Are you getting it? You want to do all the show when you go Cold War. So when I go, I'm moving around doing my own thing. He's also. But mistakes. So I will want him to be like those who, when they are outside, then we take pictures and put on the DP. Everybody is seeing us. He's good. But he is not like that. Do I force him to come and stand by me? The face will be like this. What am I trying? I'm just telling you that we force people to be. If you have a wife who is also like that, then you want, no. Establish the type of what? Personality married to. Please. Take time to do that. Secondly, identify source of the what? The challenge. Finances, is it or role? Your what? Role. I told her this morning that anybody can wake up and lay the bed. Do you understand? And that is how it has been. It's not, maybe some people say, we assign duties. No. When you do that, you make people not to be free. Make rigid. Then you won't even enjoy. Allow people, let us see the people as they are. And then we will navigate. We will do what? In the other house, it's a different story. Are you getting it? But in my house, it's what? A different story. Because I know the person I'm married, what? To. Please. Lastly, ensure there is what? Effective communication between you people. That is very key. I told her that this morning we ate together. And what do we eat? We've decided we will be eating plantain with contemporary. Because when we were very young, we came to campus, we used to visit a couple. When they sit together on the table eating, they be laughing and talking. Very simple, not complex. We like complex things. We like complex things. They were happy in their house. They have 5 boys. They have what? 5 boys. I can't tell you. 5 boys. A man and a woman always, because those boys will leave. Now they have left. They have done what? And the 2 of them are there, but you've been fighting because you don't know life. They have all left. So one thing I always ask people is say, please create and nurture what? A new mindset. Create and do what? Nurture your new. So as you think, so you are. So when difficult situations come, ask yourself, that's an opportunity to know who I am. Yesterday she talked about self-awareness. You know. Those days you'll be saying, if this one is done to me, I will show them. It is now. You know that it's not like that. You will change. Are you getting it? So when those difficult time comes, that's when you know who truly you are. Number 2, it builds what? Perseverance, resilience, and what? Adaptability. You have to, because if you want to navigate, you need to adapt. That's one skill you must learn. Are you getting it? If you want to navigate, then adaptation is very key. And that builds you to persevere. To do what? To persevere. Then develop what? Character. You develop character. One character that I know we struggle is humility. Is what? Humility. For both. You must be humble. You know why I say so? Is that God, if you say you like God, He resists the proud. I can tell you. If you have, and these are issues from the heart. They are not physical, what you do. He sees how things appear, how you manage that man, how you think about him, how you think about that woman. If you look down, because you're now a professor or something, God knows. Are you getting? Or now you are somebody, you think, no. It is God who sees that innermost part, and He resists it. And will allow certain things to come your way so that it will expose your heart. Test and expose heart. Difficult situation, that's one. So if you remember the story of the children of Israel, when He allowed them to pass through the desert, He says, so that I will know what is in your heart. Strengthens capacity to love. Strengthen what? Capacity to love. And then you mature and do what? Grow. As you think, so you are. As you think, so you are. Now ask yourself this question. Why is my spouse difficult? Can somebody just wake up and decide to be difficult? I don't think so. Something. What we talk about background. You know, yesterday I watched a small film. The children, 3 boys, lost their mother. And when you enter, and their father decided he will put all his energy at work. So these boys, trying to manage what has happened to them. When anybody comes, they will throw things. They tell me, if there's nobody to manage that, they will grow up like that and will marry a woman. And what will happen? What are the underlying causes? Are they solvable? Define and discuss your career goals. Do what? Discuss your, engage. Clear distinction between and what? Domestic life. There must be clear, your domestic work is domestic work. Be interested in your spouse what? Always ask, not yours alone, always in the front of him. Ask him, what are you interested in? You know, I was telling somebody when I came, they had told my husband that you need to stay long. More than people stay here for 10 years before they move to the next level. Me, I came because I had a background of university, and I knew you can't stay 10 years like that. So I asked him, he is into wildlife, I'm into food. But the wild eats, don't they eat? So I told him, bring the food of the wilds. And I will do the analysis. Myself and Provelis, we will work. You bring their food, we will analyze. At the end, we published together. We did what? Published together. Can you work? Rather than making your own career very important, every other person is not important. Please, let us have a mindset. Motivate your partner to develop interest in what inspires you, makes you happy. Are you getting it? Do you know that the good news is that we have the power of influence, women, which we don't use. We use it to fight, but we don't use it to build. That is a potential you have. Okay? I want to tell you, if you combine career, marriage, it will affect your mental health, especially with children. So I'm not hiding it from you. But do what? Seek what? Help. Seek what? Help. Seek what? Help. Seek what? Help. Don't see everybody as witches. Your mother-in-law is this one, everybody. For me, I had to work on myself. Most of the things I tell you is that I work on myself first. So it is my husband, people who lived with me. I had to close my eyes to a lot of things. Are you getting it? You have to do what? Close your eyes to a lot of things. But my mind was, anyone that comes to stay with me will go to school. Will do what? Go to school. And all of them, by God's grace, will go to school together. Home appliances. You have things now to buy, isn't it? Yes. To help. Make spouse feel what? Prioritized. Hey, sweetheart. I don't know what. One lady saw me say, how do you call your husband? I said, Daddy. He said, you are not romantic at all. I said, this one is very romantic. Mine is very romantic. You go and call yours what you want. Mine is Daddy to me. Do you understand? Wanted to push me in a cage. When my husband enjoys Daddy, I should come out. Oh, no. I'm very frank. Yes, you can say darling, but me, Daddy is very sweet for me. Darling, I don't understand. Make your spouse feel what? Prioritize. That is the only sugar in your world. Please, to focus on the nurturing of the children. Of what? The nurturing. You'll be seeing characters you need to nip quickly. Are you getting it? When you have them. How do you navigate? Develop what? Positive what? Mindset. Develop what? Forgiving spirit. Create what? Support group. Workplace or outside. What we are doing here is a typical example. Because there's nothing that happens to you that is not happening in somewhere else. Are you getting it? But in sharing, there's no need to be secret. Refrain from neglecting wifely what? Duty. This you understand. There's a duty only wives can do. Isn't it? Yes. Is there any other person who can do? Oh. So listen to me. And don't use your career as... Please don't use your career as what? Excuse. Seek professional what? Guidance, coaching to do that. What next? Create what? Positive environment. Respect, transparency, ability, growth mindset. Embrace difficulty. Can you see opportunity to grow in that difficult situation? Can you see? Because what you see, you create. What you do, what? See, you create. Engagement skill. Active what? Active what? We always want them to listen to us, but make time also to listen. Let them also a day of work. Sweetheart, since you call them sweetheart, me I will say daddy. How was the day? Did anybody? Then we talk about it. Because he's your friend, whether you like it or not. He's a friend. He's what? A friend. Join the right couple groups. Join what? Not those who are learning from online, please. Those learning from what? Online. Negotiation is important and influence. I take home message. The two spouses should make up their mind to be what? To be what? To be what? Number 2, applying. Please read it. I won't read. Please read it. Applying the knowledge of God, creator in your life. Nothing will limit you. Last. Navigating your career and making a difficult partnership requires wisdom, not to win against your spouse, but to win the peace that allows your purpose to thrive. Please read it again. Navigating your career and making a difficult partnership requires wisdom, not to win against your spouse, but to win the peace that allows your purpose to thrive. Finally, read this, please. Now that you know these things, you will be blessed if you do them. Please read it again. Now that you know these things, you will be blessed if you do them. Thank you very much.
Oh, is that all we can do for her? We are very grateful, Prof. Ibok, and I know that it was very insightful and very interactive. I know we might have some 1 or 2 questions we want to ask as well. Please, do we have any persons that need or any question? Okay.
If one spouse is unwilling to be a resolver, you would have known this spouse from the word go. Are you getting it? I like the young people, those who are not married. Can I see your hand? Okay. There is something in a journey. There's something in what? Journey. You always sit down. The Bible talks about it. Who wants to build a house without first thinking through? But now that you're inside, you can still think. You think through. Knowing that he's non-resolver, you can be asking yourself, does he have some friends? Does it have people he listens to? Are you getting it? And that is your duty. Are you getting it? Does he have some personal friends? When the people talk, he listens. I can tell you there's nobody who would not have somebody that speaks into their life. Then that person is on the way to die. Are you getting it? So you can engage those people quietly, because men too, hey, you have gone to spread my news. You must know that friend properly. They are more secretive than us. They are what? More secretive than us. They don't want to be seen. So your house too is on fire. So get that friend and discuss that 1, 2, 3. Then he will have had so many happening like that. And personally, for myself, I think that we need to work on men. Most churches don't do that. They just have men's ministry that just fire, then they go fire. We need to talk. This marriage is not fire business. business is building your emotional what? Intelligence. She talked about, and I was sad yesterday, not many people have read about emotional intelligence. No wonder, because you must learn to manage your own what? Emotion, and manage the other emotion. So if that person, so please, we have to write something on what? Emotional intelligence. So a resolver is somebody who has learned this and is very emotional intelligent. So we must engage them, get some people to engage them. I wish we had more men. So make your ministry gender friendly.
We are very grateful. Please, can we do it for Professor Ibok? We are so grateful, ma'am. One of the very things that I actually learned is that everything you see is subject to change. Everything you see is subject to change. And we are very, 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 very grateful. I think we have sat for a while. Can we all be upstanding? Can we all be upstanding? Before we move on to the next item, I want us to sing Arise Ghana Youth. Hey, I'm taking you back to your JHS days or your SHS days. You can stretch, you can move around for a while before we move to the next time. Then please give us some music. Yes, you can walk around for about 5 minutes and then we will come back to our seats. You can walk around for about 5 minutes and then we'll come back to our seats. Thank you very much. Hello? Yes. So some of us will still want to sing the song, so we'll sing it together. Arise, Ghana youth, for your country. Nation demands your devotion. Let us all unite to uphold and make her great and strong. All involved. Matter, we are all involved. We are all involved in building our mind. Let's take it one Today, all things being equal, we want to really close on time and early. So please kindly bear with us. Next on our program, we have the video. Okay, so Prof's video. Can you do that for us?
Let's be honest, we all deal with conflict in our relationships. But here's the twist. What if we stopped seeing it as this big, scary problem and started looking at it more like a puzzle? You know? Something that once you figure it out can actually make things way better. So let's get into relationships. I mean, here's the twist. What if we stopped seeing it as this big, scary problem and started looking at it more like a puzzle? You know? Something that once you figure it out can actually make things way better. So let's get into it. I mean, come on, who hasn't? You've definitely been there. That awkward moment when you're so annoyed, you just stop talking. The silent treatment. It's probably the most classic, simple example of conflict there is, and it's a perfect place for us to start. And that's really the first thing we have to get straight. Conflict is totally normal. It's not a sign your relationship is broken or that you're failing. Not at all. It's just a sign that you're two different human beings trying to navigate life together. It's gonna happen. Okay, so if we're going to transform conflict from a bad thing into a good thing, we need to know what we're up against. What is conflict, really, when you strip it all down?
On paper, it sounds so simple, right? Just a disagreement, a difference of opinion. But we all know that in the moment, it can feel like so much more than that. These little disagreements can go from 0 to 60 in no time.
And that's because there's a whole spectrum of conflict. You've got your simple conflicts on one end. You know, that cold shoulder, a little bit of friction. It's annoying for sure, but you get over it. But on the other end, you have the serious conflicts. These are the big ones, the ones that, if you don't handle them, can lead to some real unhappiness and major blow-ups. So, where does all this friction even come from? Well, it usually boils down to a few common things. We all come from different families, different backgrounds. We have expectations that don't always get met. We have our own personal goals and dreams. Throw in a little bit of ego and pride, and yep, you've got the perfect storm for a disagreement. Sound familiar?
This is where things get really interesting. We're so conditioned to think that arguments are bad, that they tear relationships apart. But what if that's not the whole story? What if we've been looking at it all wrong?
All right, so now we're going to flip the script. We're going to talk about the secret upside of arguing, how facing disagreements head-on can actually be one of the best things for your relationship. Just let that sink in for a second. What if every single argument wasn't a setback, but an opportunity? A chance to not just fix a problem, but to actually grow, as a person and as a couple. Yeah, when you start to see conflict as a kind of trial, like a test, you realize it has all these hidden benefits. It's like a workout for your relationship. It forces you to understand your own triggers, it pushes you to grow up a little, and it actually tests and strengthens your bond. It builds character, teaches you to stick it out, and makes you accountable for your actions.
Okay, so if we want to get good at this, the very first step is looking in the mirror. We've got to figure out our own go-to moves when an argument starts. So it's time to find out. What's your conflict character?
So be honest with yourself. Which one of these sounds like you in the heat of an argument? Are you the must-win person who just has to be right no matter what? Or are you the indifferent type who just shuts down or gives in to make it stop? Maybe you're the negotiator, always looking for that middle ground. But the goal, the person we all want to be, is the resolver. The one who says, okay, what's really going on here? And tries to fix the root of the problem for everyone involved.
So you know your style. What's next? How do we actually start moving towards becoming a resolver? Well, it turns out there's a really simple but super powerful 3-step game plan.
First up is prevention. This is all about knowing what sets you off and learning to manage those feelings before they turn into a full-blown fight. Next is resolution. When stuff does come up, and it will, you deal with it. You talk it out right away instead of letting it sit and bubble under the surface. And finally, there's management. For those really big, tough issues, you need a long-term plan to protect your relationship while you work through them.
All right, let's get practical. We know the what and the why, but now we need the how. What are the actual, concrete things you can do to turn a fight into a real resolution? Look, before you can fix anything, you gotta know what's broken. So step 1 is all about understanding the source. What is this argument really about? Is it about who left the dishes in the sink, or is it actually about feeling unappreciated? Is it triggered by something bigger, like stress from work or money? This is where really knowing your partner and just communicating becomes your absolute superpower.
Once you know the real problem, it's time to take action. And the key word here is together.
This means thinking about each other's dreams, not just your own. It means choosing to forgive and let go of past hurts. It's about cheering each other on as you both grow. And you know what? Sometimes the best action is to just hit the pause button and de-stress together. Go on a trip, do something fun, and just remember why you're a team.
But let's be real for a second. None of these tips or strategies will work if you don't have the right foundation. This isn't just about a checklist. True, lasting resolution is built on who you are as a person. It takes maturity, it takes sacrifice, it takes respect, humility, and man, does it take a lot of patience.
And that pretty much says it all, doesn't it? The point isn't to have a perfect relationship where you never, ever argue. That's impossible. The goal is to build a relationship that's strong enough to handle disagreements and actually use them as fuel for growth. To see conflict not as a fight, but as a chance to learn, to connect, and to get even closer. So here's a thought to leave you with. What will your next disagreement teach you?
Thank you so much. All right, ladies, it is time for panel discussion. Panel discussion. We are going to talk a lot in terms of breaking institutional barriers. Breaking institutional barriers. And we are fortunate to have all our panelists here. So please, when I mention your name, you kindly sit on the high table for us, and then we can continue. In no particular order, we have Professor Mrs. Mina Ofosu. Please, shall we applaud? Shall we applaud her whilst she sits? We also have our very own Professor Mrs. Ibok Odro. Yes, we love you so much. Thank you. Yes, please kindly take your seat. And then we have the university's counselor for Kumasi Technical University in the person of Mrs. Felicia Ofosua Tete. Thank you so much, ma'am. She's always polished. We are very grateful. Please, if you can use this way. Yes, the moderator would sit there. And then we have Professor Mrs. Mercy Badu from KNUST. Thank you so much, ma'am. And for this panelist, we also have a moderator who would steer the affairs of how the discussion goes. She is in the person of, she carries my name. No, I carry her name. Anyhow, yeah. She is Professor Mrs. Linda Ofori. Let's give it up to her. Prof, ma'am, please kindly have your seat. We have some microphones here, so I'll pass them round. Prof Mina, but your own
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, if you are happy and you know, clap your hands. If you are happy and you know, stamp your feet. If you are happy and you know, happy and you know, say amen. Amen. Thank you. It's been a very wonderful 2 days. And I can speak for today because I came in today. I didn't want to miss Prof. Odro's presentation. And I've been smiling all through. Smiling because I have a big challenge on my hands in my house. Not in my house, but my house. So I have someone in my family who is on the verge of Njingu Bibia say. Me too, I say I won't let it say. So, my journey, but I was just taking, if you saw me taking pictures, when I take, I send. When I take, I send. So I've told Prof, please give me the video. That's why I use my data and catch her to come and watch. As for the husband, I'll catch him later. But it's a beautiful day. I wanted to ask a question to Prof. That so my male colleagues in KNUST have always been on my neck that we should organize Mabre conference. Yeah, we should find a way to organize Mabre conference and invite them and explain to them why they be Yabre. And you should understand them, Mabre. So when Prof said, don't use your career as an excuse to be saying Mabre, how many minutes? They be Yabre. So that one, we'll talk about it when we close. Prof will explain. All right. It's been a long day, and we are here to have a discussion. And the discussion, what they told me is that we are trying to look at breaking institutional barriers. I have this beautiful panel here. So Professor Mina Fosu is one of your own. So from this institution, I saw online that she is the Vice Dean of Student Affairs. I was like, yay. Because me and Mina date way back. I don't want to bring it here. Institutional barriers. So we date way back in the lab. We worked in the same lab when she was doing her PhD. And then I have Professor Ibokodru, our own mother. This woman, we won't talk about her now. But she's the former provost, like we had, and they gave a very long introduction of her. So I won't add more. But she's loaded. And anywhere you find her, make sure you tap. Even if it's on the street. Connect some pipe, even if it is a straw. Straw is small. Connect somewhere maybe to the leg and tap something. You don't have to let her go. And then Professor Mercy Bedu from the convent. Way back. It's something else, so yeah, bro. But Prof Mercy is my friend and sister. We date way back. She's an associate professor of chemistry. Whenever you hear her name, you hear chemistry. Hey, Obani chemistry. Why you pay for her chemistry? You know the issue with women. You learn too much. Hey, but she's not a witch. Incoming pastor's wife. Yes. And then we have Miss Felicia, Mrs. or Miss? I don't know why. Oh, the Tete is your maiden name. Okay, I understand. The confusion we create. Okay, so Felicia Ofosua Tete is the head of counseling of KSTU. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are my panel members. And we have been looking a lot at leadership, advancing leadership. How do you advance leadership when there are barriers? So we are looking at institutional barriers as female in academic environment. I know there are non-academic staff with us, but when we say academic staff, and then she is an administrator and a professional, but once she is in an academic institution, clause on the berino, so she's still in the clause of the academic institution. And so anybody who finds themselves working in academic institution is bound by the barriers within. So when our gentleman was speaking about policies, someone asked the brilliant question. So sabbatical, why are administrators not benefiting from it? And then there was a reason. And so in academia, it's for the academics and the associates. And so once you find yourself there and there is a barrier, you need to find a way to break the barriers. Better still, there is no way we'll be able to be in the university and say that we will take out the administration part of the university work. It is part of it. And so when we are looking at barriers, we are looking at obstacles that are created. These obstacles that are created either with structure, with policies, with practice, And with norms, within a certain institution we find ourselves that have a way of affecting our opportunities, affecting our rise, affecting our resources. So these are the things we'll be talking about today. And I want to welcome my panel members and say that we will have a very long discussion. There are some I'll put you on the spot to tell us your personal experience. Because like Prof said, sometimes when you have a real life example, I had a pastor friend who would preach and say, we say Paul did this, Silas did this. Were you there? I was not there when Paul was there. So I should be able to get the evidence and say, me, it happened to me. So that you know that, hey, Prof sailed through. So me too, I will sail through. Paul de Akwanwa. So I'll put them on the spot to help us navigate our way with breaking or overcoming these barriers in institutions. And so thank you very much. I hope you wouldn't mind to be very honest with us where you think that you were not able to, or where you think that you were able to pull some strings and it worked. Thank you very, very much. So I try to put the discussion in sections. So where we understand the landscape of institutional barriers. And then where we try to look at changing the institutional norms. What can we do to change? And then how we try to look at ourselves within the space and then vision into the future. So basically that is what will be our discussion. So my very first question will go, and I think that all of you can give us your thoughts about it. That where or what do these institutional barriers look like? These things you are talking about, what does it look like for women that are pursuing leadership roles in academic environments? So I think that anyone can start.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. The first thing I can say is it's a token representation of women in every institution. In fact, it's virtually every institution, especially at the leadership level. So we see women being less represented at any level. KSU is an example. When you get to the staff, women, especially the academic staff, very little representation. Then we also talk about stereotype leadership. In fact, I have a problem with that. Whenever a lady in leadership speaks or expresses herself, whatever happens is she is aggressive. Let a man present the same behavior, attitude. He is assertive. Is it not? Is it fair? How fair is this? So naturally, that thing has been there, and that's how I see barriers, institutional barriers to be. An institutional barrier is also like where women have to hide behind men to push our way through. That has been my way out. Hide behind the men so that they'll push for you. Is it the best? So why should this? My colleagues also have something to add. Thank you.
So I would ask, yes, for it to go, Prof will be the last to respond because I'll put her on the spot.
So it is always seen in our documents, in our policies, that they are trying to push ladies or women. But I see a subtle intimidation. You realize that you go for an academic board meeting. You go for an academic board meeting, you realize about 80 or so members, you see 2 ladies in it. And then when you want to talk, when even you get up to talk, the eyes, the way they will look at you, it brings out some kind of subtle intimidation that you are scared. And some of us, who have been brought up in a certain way, in fact, when you do that to us, you put us down. And then if we have any valuable thing to share, we quarrel. So I believe the subtle fight is still there. And it's all because of our culture. Culture is part. Our mindset is part from our part of the world. And I think we don't also understand religion very, very well, especially Muslims and Christians. So when a lady gets up to talk, you need to mind the way you talk because there are men around. So I think the barriers, you don't see them physically, but they are subtle. We are fighting in a subtle way. That's what I can say for now.
All right, thank you very much. So I think I will add the fact that planning of our activities, I think, is also a barrier, especially for a lot of women to even go for positions. So a typical example is how our meetings are scheduled. Usually, if you have a meeting that is running through 2, 3 to 4, you have to see your women running. Why? They have to run because they have to pick their children from school. Our gentlemen are there, their wives are somewhere picking their children for them. And so automatically, when you think about all those things, you realize that, why do I even bother myself to go for this? Because when you begin to explain, it's, a man, but genuinely, you have to pick the children. So if the system understands that, because I have to pick the children to make the home run for my husband to also do what he's doing, what we are saying is that we need diversity. So I'm not saying that my husband should stop what he's doing, but I also don't need to stop what I'm doing. And so, for example, if as an institution, we want to plan activities, we should plan having that in mind. That just like we know that Kote Sundays will not come to school, we know that Kote by 3, every official meetings should be over. At least that is fair to give people the room to do what they need to do. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that are we trying to say that these barriers could be explicit, could be implicit? Explicit in terms of the fact that they could be policy gaps or issues with internal runnings of the institutions, and implicit where we are looking at some of these cultural and other practices. So I want to put Prof on the spot because she has occupied a position which originally are for males. And I've heard her tell her story of how she had to break a certain ceiling to get to that level. Prof, I want to get your mind on these issues about understanding the landscape where we work and the barriers that are in. And if possible, how these barriers have been overcome by you.
Oh, this is, when you set a question like this for your student, you know what it means. The student will forget some along the way, especially at this age. So it will be nice to take them one by one. Well, the issue is, I think the ecosystem for me is full of fear. Full of fear, full of rumors. So because of that, the women are sort of afraid. That's because we don't like our names to be mentioned somewhere, the rumors that if you do this, then they think you are following the man. There are a lot of things when we want to do, you're thinking, what would they tell your husband? People in the system. So that is one thing I discovered, but it helped me because my husband trusted me. My mind is that if I have a home support, I can do anything. And I want to tell you that because when I came, most people didn't know that I was married to Prof. Oduro. They thought Prof. Ellis. Do you understand? Because we carried a car, My car is used our cassava to be doing things. So a lot of people, because he's a quiet person, but I've never seen my husband say, hey, how are you following? Which is the culture of KNUST. People talk too much, pass rumors, and make sure that you can't progress in what you want to do. That's, that's one thing. So that put us back, not to be seen, so that they will not say this and that and that. I think that is one of the barriers. But the good thing on my side, how that barrier was broken, is my upbringing. I am a girl among boys. So because of that, I'm more outward. And the other thing, the guys saw me in KNUST as very aggressive. Yes, they saw me. And the sad thing is also the women. When they tell them about you, they support. Sorry to say that. They can't defend you. Because also they don't want when you are correcting them. So the system is not just about men, it's also about women. Are you getting? Not able to support a woman who is trying to push to break the barrier so they can follow. You see, it is one person who should do that. Others will follow. If you don't see it that way, then we are competing on a wrong ground. How I got into Provost is that I have been a head, I've been a dean. And so one day my husband called me, says, you know, this place, the way they look at you, they won't vote for you. Yes, he told me clearly. She contested for, He says they won't vote for you. The only thing you can do is to go for the one that you are competing on your own what? When you present your document, they have no choice but to do what? To be. That is how, because he could see what was coming. So he was the first. And to tell you the truth, no woman asked me to contest. It was all men. All men. So personally, men are my allies. Are my what? Allies. I don't joke with them. So they helped me put my document, everything. I remember one man, when I told him I was contesting, he says, is it somebody who has told you they don't want somebody? You see, the politics is very, they think they are bringing you, so person will not be there. So I look at his face, I said, no, because I had a backing of my home. So they put, to be frank, the men set up a committee and interviewed me in my house, preparing my mind, because contesting demands a mindset that is confidence, a mindset that you are not afraid, because interviews are not easy. So, but they spent time to prepare me. So I also believe in preparing women. If we really want our women to get into leadership, then we should spend time to prepare them. But they must be willing. They must be what? Willing. If you're willing and obedient, you will eat the fruit of leadership. Because sometimes you say, let's go. They mark time. They do what? Mark time. They give you all the excuses that is in the dictionary in their backyard. So when they did that, I decided to, when I entered the room for the interview, they were all men. They were all what? Men. No woman was on the panel. So you think that should be the first, but I didn't see them really. I didn't see them as men. To tell you the truth, I didn't see them. It was one of them who then pointed. I just entered with my ready to hit the ground. They've already prepared me. So I didn't see. Then one of them looked at me and said, are you a feminist? I said, a feminist? Why? He says, because you use your Mrs. I said, when they were advertising, they didn't say Mrs. or they didn't request for Mrs. Married, they didn't put on the advert, you must be married. So, and thank God, yes, I said so. I said, thank God my husband also saw the application and they didn't complain. And then he looked at me. Then they said, am I afraid? And I said, no. How can I be afraid? You're people. Human beings. So I went through. They asked, when they were asking, I could see myself, energy. And they all looked, but the chairman was just smiling. Smiling. Then he asked me, is this your book? Is this your document? I said, yes. One of the things they did was for me to prepare my document. It was different from others. It was what? Different from others. Going the extra mile is very important. That is what will make you stand out. Do you get it? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, I am looking at it in this sense, that the barriers will show up in different ways. And that means that you need to be conscious of the barriers. Because if you are not conscious of the barriers, you will not even see them. You might see them as maybe something else and would not have prepared towards it. Thank you very much, Prof, that you saw the barriers and you were conscious of the barriers and you overcame the barriers at a very critical time at an interview. That one is a very serious one. All right. So then I want to ask my panelists that all of us here are women. One way or the other, we have faced some of these barriers. My next question is to all of you that can you share? Prof has shared with us in depth of her experience. Can you share a moment when you encountered resistance in this journey of career for the academics and for our administrator, where you identified or you came against a resistance, whether you were able to navigate through or not? And then along the line, as you give us that response, you would want to also tell us how mentorship or sponsorship or peer networks played a role in you navigating through that particular resistance that you had.
Thank you. I didn't face institutional barrier. I faced family one. So
family two is institutional.
Sure.
This
is an institution, but
it's the first one.
It's the first one.
It's home one.
Not your workplace.
Not the workplace.
Fantastic.
Okay, so let's add that one. It's part.
Sure. So the family one. I cannot explain the whole thing here. What I will say is that I have a student, but I've been in the government field for 30 years, since 95. I have a student I taught first year, my first station. He is a doctor. I met him here. He's here. I met him. He said, Auntie Felicia, that was far back, 30 years ago, 95. Why? So that means there is something that pulled the whole thing. Yes. If I was happy we were talking about challenges in family, and if you have no support from the family, you are very assertive. You need to be very resilient. Know your focus, and that will help you. In fact, if I had not, you're talking about mentorship. Mentorship has really helped me. In course of education, I had the opportunity to have a mentor, and she taught me to be one, resilient. That word resilience was the first one. Willingness, determination, lack of, so he said self-control or self-confidence. So I'm very confident. I learned it way back in 90s. Why? Because I was fortunate. I did not like that. I did not the father had that mentor. I wouldn't have been able to I used about almost 15 years for my education to be able to complete my master's. So you can imagine, I went to school on installments. So 98, I was fortunate. 98, then I went for my diploma, and that was a burden. That was something that is something I just don't want to talk about. I pulled through and went. I said, I will not face that thing, and I pulled through. So after 98, 2-year program, I completed 2000. 6 years later, I had to go back. In fact, I had already gotten married. And so you can imagine, marriage, giving birth. When I was almost completing my diploma, I got pregnant. I gave birth to my firstborn. Then I went back to Sunyane. Went 6 years. I came back for my my degree, first degree. So 6 years, what went on? I am intelligent. I can read. I can write. I can learn. But somebody will tell you, I don't want you to go to school. You get me right? Meanwhile, people will say, oh, women should be submissive. I don't know how they understand the submissiveness. And we are not for that today. And so I said, oh, for that I will accept. I will sponsor myself. So don't worry. If it's about money, I will have to sponsor myself. I went back with one child, one stick. You know that. I had a child. So I had a stick over there. I entered 2006. Oh, all of a sudden, another pregnancy. You see, you came there and gave the whole thing to me. You see that thing? And the whole thing is that. In fact, Lovey was still pursuing. That is it. Then, in fact, when I went, I was placed in level 300. So 2 years I had to complete. And I completed with 2 certificates, chief and my certificate. If I say chief, he's such a gentleman. You see? Then, masters. Mother, don't say anything about your education again. You see, I understood him because of the orientation he had. That you were talking about the nurturing, the orientation. You see, if you are from a royal home, women are not so exposed. You are there to be a server. The men will go. So that is where the whole thing was coming. So I understood the whole thing. So 2012, look at 2026 to 2012, then I went for my master's. Then another pregnancy, ciao. But I passed though. I was very I don't know if it was the pregnancy that was giving me this. So you see, what happened was that, you see, what happened was that when I bought the form for master's, I came there, in fact, Daddy came and said, no, Daddy, I've bought for don't tell me anything about education again. Where you have gotten to is enough. Say, yes, sir. So the day came, he came home, I was off to Cape Coast. So I learned, he asked, where's mother? Where's mommy? Oh, mommy's gone to Cape Coast. Why? He's going for an interview. So he did not tell me anything. So I was in Cape Coast when he called. Mo, where are you? So I'm in Cape Coast going for my interview. But why didn't you tell me? So I just wanted to follow your instructions that I shouldn't tell you anything about education. Then he said, oh, Debbie, may support 200%. Hallelujah. He even paid though. The diploma degree he didn't pay, but here, you see the whole thing. It's about the submissiveness is different. It's not about, it's more of respect. Don't argue. It will lead to resentment. You get me right? And now, he will even suggest more. Now we just say, aren't you going for this? Aren't you going for that? In fact, I'm so proud of him. He really helped me. So now, those attitudes, positive attitudes, mother has it so much. You get me right? So, in fact, let's not think that the sky is just like, well, somebody has gone and I'm at the back. In fact, I couldn't go with my colleagues. Education is not a race. Life is not about competition. Please, life is not about competition. I wish everybody will see this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I think that Prof. Mercy Bedu will give you. So there was a follow-up question I was going to give. I didn't say it. But some way, somehow, she has answered it for me. So you continue. When you are done, I'll tell you what it was.
All right, thank you very much. So I also share my experiences at KNUST. So I started working at KNUST quite young. After our national service, we started our masters. Then when we were finishing with the masters, we heard that the university was actually looking out for recruiting young people. And so the first thing we started with is the fact that when anybody saw myself and Linda and two others, Marianne and Nat, anytime anybody saw us, especially during the exam, they thought that they had seen TAs, but we were lecturers. By the grace of God, at our time, we were not having assistant lecturers. So we were not assistant lecturers. We were actually lecturers at the university. So that was the first obstacle that you come across, that every time you would have to identify yourself well so that they know who you are, whether you are amongst them. I remember very well at a point we were parking our car, and then I think one of the registrars thought that a student had come to park the car where she is supposed to park her car, and then called us, so myself, Nat, Marian, and then she was talking plenty. We were just quiet. Then when she finished, we said, oh, we are the new guys that has been employed as lecturers at chemistry. Then that was it. She said, okay, then I'll park my car here. Yes, so that's it. And of course, that was a lady anyway. It wasn't a guy. Right. So I think I understood the challenges that we were supposed to face in academia, because this, at the same time is when I think they had started the Stengel Spine, and anytime they went for meetings and they came back, they told us that if you have masters and you are teaching, you need to have a PhD, otherwise ube kofi, you'll be sacked. Because Stengel Spine is looking out for professionals with PhDs. And so all of us were looking for opportunities to have PhDs. And some of us, immediately we got appointment letters, we started planning for marriage. And so we got married, and we couldn't waste time. By the time we were celebrating our first year anniversary, we were holding about 8 months, 9 months babies. And so you can imagine how challenging that would be for you as a young person, having a husband, having a child, trying to establish yourself in a system where you actually ordinarily wouldn't qualify. That is very, very difficult. But we, by the grace of God, I think we went through. So for me, for example, I think I was always looking for opportunities. And I think from there, I would want to advise all of us that we don't really need to sit and wait for somebody to help us or do something for us. I think we should be looking for opportunities. So I was looking for opportunities everywhere. I remember very well our former Vice Chancellor, once I spoke with him, and he said, Mercy, now who go school? I had a son, Kingsley. So he said, hey, madam, sandwich were here. In fact, anytime I talk about this, I see the man and I see the kind of leader he is. Say, Pedioben were here, when your sandwich be a Mercy. Now why? It was a great advice, and I followed it. And so he now called me and said, I think I've seen the Commonwealth Scholarship. Mercy, it's a split site. You can do some at KNUST. You go to Manchester briefly, you come back. And I took it. And I think that was the beginning of great things. And then, as I was doing that, I was looking for opportunities again. Anything I saw online that you could apply, I will apply. And especially if I see that's about women. Because if you are facing challenges because you are a woman, somebody is also there looking for opportunities for you because you are a woman. And so when I see those opportunities, I just want to apply. It doesn't matter whether I'll get it or I will not get it. So I applied for the L'Oreal UNESCO grant. As soon as I got it, I said, hallelujah. They said, you see, they give you the money to put it in your pocket as a PhD, as a female pursuing PhD from developing world. But when I got the money, what I did was that I said I will buy things and take it to my lab in Ghana. So that pocket money, which was $20,000 US, I used it to buy tools to help me do my chemistry. Because if I don't do the chemistry well, I cannot get publications. If I don't get publications, I will not qualify to be promoted. So that's what I did. And I bought things and I brought it to my lab. And then at least, even if you have an undergraduate, they will help you. The work that they do, all you need is to pay some attention and give them some time. The undergraduate thesis, you can publish from it. And you can get very good impact publications. Men that are undergraduate, most of us, that is what has brought us this level. Because you need to get to a particular level before you can get a postgraduate. And you can get a dedicated postgraduate. Because sometimes the postgraduate might not be dedicated. So what I'm trying to say is that the obstacles are there. But if you know that these are the things that are in front of you, but you really want to go over it and go ahead, you plan and then you do very well. So not long ago, I've become associate professor. I said, I've been teaching now. Of course, we are only 2 ladies with professorial rank at the physical sciences faculty. I said, my age one man I be like I'm doing like boy. Let me also go for vice deanship. So I did. I mean, let me tell you the experience first before I talk about the outcome. So the experience is that, I mean, anytime I talk about it, I tell people I'm so happy I did. Because, to be honest, no matter how hard you put yourself as if you are doing something, I think somewhere in us we are always afraid that we might not make it. But what the elections did for me is that when I started going around, my colleagues saw me and they said, every time they say, hey, Messi, when you're hey, you can come here and come. So my opponent was in mathematics and statistics. We have heard that they will always vote for their people, but I don't care. I will go to their, in fact, when you enter their room, someone will ask you, now, my colleague, at least you have seen my face. So by going through that, I have to come, because after all, even if I come, you will not vote for me. Why would I sit down and cry? You know, so it gave me some kind of confidence. And one thing that I also appreciate is that after the elections, of course I didn't win because they will not vote for me. But I could get votes that I counted, that I said I did very well, because it's not only chemistry people that voted for me. It means that by going out there, I was able to convince people. Of course, it was not up to the number, but it's okay. And after the elections, immediately, I think in the evening before I slept, I sent the message to thank them for voting for me, and then congratulated the guy who won. You see, our colleagues, anything that you do, they think you are fighting with them. But really, it's not a fight. Me, I came. Vote for me, let me go. You say you know, it's okay. You see, that thing I did, everybody came back to tell me, hey, Mercy, why you are there, Papa? They thought I was going to cry for 1 month in my room and I will not come out. And I said, oh, this thing, I said, vote for me, you will not vote for me. Why should I go and cry? I will not cry. But anyway, the lesson I have learned is that next time when I'm going, I will negotiate behind before I start the journey. Because the thing is that the forces, you have to negotiate. And I have learned it. So next time, and every time I tell them, I say I will come again. Next time I'm not coming as vice dean, I'll probably come as a dean. And they will be laughing. But it's true. I'll prepare myself, I will negotiate, and I'll go again. And so I think we should understand that the obstacles are there. Let us know that it is there. Let's not think that it is not there so that at a point we get surprised. No, they are there. But let's prepare ourselves and fight well. And then leave everything to God. Whatever happens to, let us take it in good faith and then move on. Thank you very much.
Prof. Mina, you add one or you are fine? You want to run? You have a lot to tell us. You see, what I like about this engagement we are doing is that we have a lot of young, or what we say early career There are early career women who are here and all over the place that need some of these things that we give. I tell people that if you are in this dispensation at this time and you do not progress, then it is you. Because we faced the era where nobody, because you came in very young and you came to meet people who were your teachers who had not progressed, and you already seen as a threat from day one. So you go and battle things out. I tell you, when we came into academia, we were young, like Mercy said, young. We came in and we came to marry and we came to give birth. Then we had colleagues who opened their mouth and say, Mimi na miye jumera me for bad. Because your farmer then amaye, I won't kwan amao. And they say it to your face. They are not saying it behind you. There were times you had to stand up and say, I think I remember telling one professor now at the car park that we in me. And I'm a bear fear, I'm a bear can't send me colleague, I can't say me. Kebelde. Yeah, well, honey, and yummy, me wa. And your one, I'm when you then he's like, oh dear, what do you know? So sometimes you have to break the barrier of learning to speak up. Challenge is you. I've seen our professors who say, Linda, I'm a man and I say, like sometimes you speak, sometimes I forget. I need to be conscious that I'm a woman. Because you cannot be a woman and work with the men. You have to think like them. And sometimes behave like them. I won't quiet farm, we know my body, Remesi, Shalinda, Shaway, near Bubodi, Namijana, Nami home, Miss A. I say, I will be signing away. 4. There be some there 4. It's here, I want a lady who be an hour. I'm like, how many times have I gotten pregnant? Ma 4. In fact, that time cannot 3 pen and I. And your farm when I won't quan, and I won't quan, and it's sometimes it's painful, but you have to speak up. And so there are early career women here, and I think that you shouldn't take lightly the opportunity that you have gotten for women who have gone through it to open up. You see, as for women, it's difficult to open up. I don't know who will bear me witness. Open up your life to another woman. Because of fear of being judged. You know, your person there, who starts here, a judge or dada. We dear. A dear, when your papa you cry a boy nanka. A mao and your mema. So it's always difficult. And so when you find the opportunity of getting the women who have gotten through leadership, speaking to us about some of their experiences, Charlie, let's value it. Because you might not get that opportunity another time. So reason why I said I didn't ask them the question, but they've answered. I have here the mentorship I mentioned earlier. But I've written here, how can we better support early career women to break some of these barriers? Because you don't need to reinvent the wheel, do we? Some people have done it already. Just give us. Madam said, tell me, I will forget. Show me, I will not forget. I remember. But then the last one is, involve me, do it with me, and I will never forget it. So this one, we are doing it with you. Telling you some of them. And I hope that you are picking up the bits and the pieces from the talk that is going on. Mina, you add anything?
You want me to add something?
Small.
Okay, something small. I don't know how to start it and where to end.
Pick from somewhere.
In fact, I was employed in this institution to establish a department. I was told during the interview, we want you to establish, because of your background in clinical microbiology, my master's, we want you to establish a department of laboratory technology. So we are interviewing you for that. I said, no problem. I was interviewed. I think I had about 2 interviews. After that, I was given an appointment. I don't have a department. So I'm supposed to start a department. single person. So I designed my curriculum, everything. I was going up and down from institution to institution. Those who have established or those who are running those programs, I have designed my curriculum. When I sent it, said, wow, we believe this curriculum can be split into two, for 2 programs. I said, no problem. I went and then I did the same as they instructed me. Medical laboratory technology. At that time, we were running the polytechnic system. So we're the first polytechnic to run medical laboratory technology. So it was split into 2, science and industrial laboratory technology, and that was the only program in this nation, science and industrial laboratory technology. It was never run anywhere. So I had 2 programs, curricula. So we were waiting for accreditation. Am I the one to issue accreditation? I did everything. 2 years, we were still, in the process of getting accreditation. New department, new programs. So I was called one day when we had a new rector then. I was called by management that if I was invited, that I should see management. And I made everything ready. So management, I went to management to meet management. I was carrying 2 boxes of my documents. So I went, they asked me, who are you? I mentioned my name. Yes, we know you are so and so, but we've been seeing you up and down in this institution doing nothing. Because we have heard that you always dress nicely, you are going up and down. Sometimes you are in the clinic, we don't know whether you are a doctor or you are a nurse. In fact, it was an insult. So, what are you doing at all? I said, these are my documents. I have prepared 2 programs waiting for accreditation. Okay, since 2 years now, you've not gotten accreditation for your programs. We want you to, release you. I say, no problem, you can release me, but get me a place so that I can take my release letter there to work. And so we battled here and there, and then finally I didn't hear anything from them again. And fortunately, they came for NCT, came for assessment, everything. And fortunately, we went to NCT, was NAB then, NCT NAB. And these 2 programs, others were going for interactions here and there. They called me, Madam, are you the one who prepared these documents? I said, yes. Can you tell us the relevance of these documents? I told them. I rattled. And then they said, we have no question again. Your programs are granted. You are going to run them. And now, I believe we are all here. Medical lab and science lab is one of the hottest programs on the university campus. So this is just something small that I can say. So perseverance. Know what you want. Know where you want to go. And know what you have to do to get there. I'm not the one who is, I'm not a type who is so ching, but I speak out when it is necessary. Yes, thank you so much.
Powerful, powerful addition. You need to know what you want. And I think what I pick from there also is about the fact that when you are doing it, do it well. Do it and do it well, so they won't get anything else. See. So all the talk are going to and fro. That's why it's like you are the devil. You are going to and fro, doing nothing. Can you imagine doing nothing? Sometimes you would hear some of these things, but let your work speak for you. So when they are not speaking for you, when they get in contact with you, let the work you have done speak for you, so that it would make them keep quiet. So that is it, that you have gotten that response. I needed that one. Perseverance and hard work. And insisting on what is rightfully yours. It will come to you. So as you think, so you are. So those ones are still coming back. So we all know that academia is quite rigid, quite traditional. I had the say na yeno. So it values tradition, and sometimes even at the expense of progress. This is how it is done. And like a straitjacket, this is how it has to be. How can women leaders drive change without the fear of backlash? Quote unquote, disrupting the system. Oh, sorry. How can women leaders, or how can women change the narrative without necessarily disrupting the system? And facing backlash. And facing the backlash. Yes. So currently, let me just tell you what is happening in my backyard. Mano. They say they're mano. Mano ye bibia. They say they're mano. And I'm like, mano, how many are we? So sometimes I have to tell them that you forget we are in the minority. It so happens that the very few that you come in contact with every day are all over the place. So I sit as the vice president for UTAG in KNUST. So I'm the first Obano. Then we currently did election for convocation. And our convocation, incoming convocation chair, another Obano. And then they do appointments and mano. They say they're mano. They say they're mano. Then I'm like, so when the men were doing it, you never said a mano. Yeah. Now that the women are coming, so we have wisdom. Women in science. Wisdom, you brought it so that you can push the women. I'm like, how do we give to the young girls in secondary school what we don't have? So we are grooming ourselves so we can give. You are coming together so you can push your women into places. Now, my question. How do we get these young women into leadership without suffering the backlash? Quote unquote, we are spoiling the system. We're pushing women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I asked myself, who will give us that backlash? Is it the men alone or we the women? We are parts. And so, in fact, what I believe will work so well for us is to bring them on board. In fact, that was what I was also expecting, that our male counterparts were to be here. You see, it's a matter of letting them know that we are their partners, not their followers. We, as females, we are not followers. We were created from here, from the ribs. The backbone was there. God did not take the backbone. He took it from here. And so it's a matter of being so, not so harsh on them. Kasa. Men are easily lured into understanding so many things. Mommy said it. And so we partner them. We see them as partners. And they also help us as male allies to this program or this reforms. I believe any beginning will surely come to a successful end. And so we need to bring them on board. when we are organizing seminars, organizing so many things, in fact, let's bring them on board. They will help, or they will push so many things for us. They will not say Obano, because they are giving birth to ladies, daughters. They want them to be like you. All those backlashes that we are receiving, they want their daughters to be like you people. But why are they doing this? And what about we, the ladies? We still have that African mentality that we are still at I would say the Adamic stage, where men were the only providers and what. We are past those places. We are past even the Mosaic stage, and we are now at the Proverbs 31 stage, the Proverbs 31 women era, where women are providers and not even family providers, community providers. You see? So if you are providing for the community, what do we use? It's money. It's work. It's everything. And so let's talk to them. Let's bring them on board. And I believe it will work well for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think because she said we have our colleagues, our male counterparts, that they are giving birth to girls, right, daughters. That's so. There's this Emmanuel story. In fact, currently it has been the ish on campus, on KUST campus. There was a guy who is talking about this Emmanuel. Then he was talking, and I said, I mentioned. He said, Professor, you have forgotten that your daughter, I've admitted her to girls' camp twice on a roll. Then he was quiet. Then the other colleague was that. And that's what doing. You don't remember girls' camp. Then the guy just kept quiet. But I think that because this is a narrative that we are not generating now. This is the story of when Adam and Eve started. When God gave the command. Because when God gave the command, actually, the man was supposed to till the land. The woman was supposed to conceive and have a baby. And so, if really we look at the story very well, then it means that what we are doing here, we are worrying ourselves. We should be home sleeping, and then our husbands will bring the food and we will eat. But we have gone ahead beyond this story. And so now we have to work hard and prove ourselves. And that is why Obano is still there. I think that we should, as a matter of urgency and importance. You see, when the words means the same thing and you are saying it, it means it's really, really important. We should work hard. The last time when I saw our convocation chair, I hugged her and I was speaking with her. Nobody heard. But what I told her was that, please, you have it. Let us work. Let us not come back and then somebody will come and tell us, and then she said, yes, I'll come to all of you. I said, we are there to support you. I think we should work hard. Because we are working to change the narrative. We don't have a choice but to work hard. I think my sisters, sometimes we like giving excuses. In fact, my friends on KUST campus, Linda will not give you an excuse. Augustina will not give you an excuse. They will not give you an excuse. So we are just pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. But we have excuses, so you don't know how we wake up early in the morning, make sure our children will go to school. You don't know, you have no idea. But the excuses will not help us. The excuses wouldn't change the narrative. So let ourselves that we will not give excuses. Let us work hard. Let us give results. Not that encompassing me. If you listen to Prof, when she was asked, in fact, when people didn't want her to be here again, when she was called to the authorities where it mattered most, she gave the results. Who can sack her? Nobody, because she has given the results. Let us be results oriented. Let's give the results so that everybody knows that you are giving results. We are very passionate. Women are passionate. And so that's why we talk too much. Let's drive our passion. Let's drive our passion to do something else. Somebody is not here. Or two people are not here. I'm sure if you meet them outside and you ask, Oma come who be? I mean them in community time no cry. No akasa bebre no dey go. O kasa no na lead the be ho no oti. Ochina ye bo with the house ho. Abi ontimi obegyina baby akasa basa onye leadership person enti yanhwe na yenyere ye ho enye adwuma no madam ase.
So I think that a follow up to it before I'll get Prof to do the final roundup for us. But we are in KSTU. I can say that we came in from KNUST. KNUST is like KNUST is mother, you are son, daughter. Household name and so you are like China and you are trying to KNUST, KSTU. So we will say that, okay, definitely there should be someone like Prof said that will make the way, another will follow. With all of this, we are talking about early career women. We are talking about women in leadership. I just want to ask, we did a lot of policies before. Is there any policy that is championing this? Championing women in leadership, or we will not say only women, gender. So KNUST has done gender inclusion, and the first thing I told the head of gender inclusion is that, please, this is not wisdom. Let's include the men before you face your first backlash. There we go again. It is women, women, women. All male. And we have no complaint. Trouble. I'm sure. I complained yesterday. Yesterday, did they see you? Madam, as for the fight, we'll fight. The fighting is there. We are fighting. So gender is not women. So I'm just asking that if there is nothing that is pushing the younger ones to move, maybe this one is a call for action for KSTU. Maybe they have something. They have it. Okay.
Yes, I think there is a, yeah.
Okay.
There is a policy like that. Even we have a group that is called WITED, Women in Education and Development. You see, they call us witches. Instead of the WITED, they call us what? Witches. So when you want to organize a program, in fact, it's a hell of time. It's a burden. You have to be moving up and down. Yeah, the witches, someone come who be. So in fact, we started something, I think 4 years ago or so, 4 or 5 years ago. And it was doing well. We go to secondary schools for outreaches and those things. But
they call you witches.
Yes. So we have something like that here.
No, but Prof, I think that I'm sure there are vibrant women here in this auditorium that would whip the interest. Once we whip the interest and then we keep moving, it will help, because there's somebody amongst us who needs someone to help. You go, I'll follow. You know, there are people who want to work behind the scenes. They will do the behind the scenes work. But these are the things that I'm talking about, that we need to look at the policy. If the policy is there, still whip ourselves in line and get it to go. As for the witches, I didn't know about your witches. You see, I mentioned it, that she's a professor of chemistry, but she's not a witch. So even in KNUST, that is big. I got someone come to me and say, at first when you walk around this campus, you only will hear animals crying in the night. But now, you are walking on top of the trees, you hear, hew, hew, hew. It is wisdom people. And the senior witch is there. I said, who is the senior witch? He said, that one you have to come and pay, I'll tell you. So as for the witches, we are branded as witches right from everywhere that we go. Why? Because we are championing a cause, and you know, you have no idea how people are benefiting greatly from this that we are doing. We would want Prof Ibok to give us something. I don't want to go and bring plenty things. Oh, I'm not asking a question. I'm just asking you, because you are our mother, that with all that you have gone through and risen through the ranks of leadership and still are leading women, what do you see as the future direction that we all as young women that are climbing the ladder, maybe we are on different levels of the ladder, but we are still climbing because the sky is even the beginning for us. How do you see the future for us? And what do you think would help us, or how do you think we can better navigate our way in achieving the leadership front, still having our male counterparts with us as allies?
Well, we can't go on this journey alone. I will say that and emphasize that I am where I am because the men are part of the journey. So please, going forward, what we did was that we saw a gap. And the gap was that women were not there. But I think now, at least we have some stories to tell. So since we have these stories to tell, then we need their hands to be with us. And that demands focus. I don't want us to keep, when I go for conferences and they keep talking about how they used to think about us women, scenarios, those things, I don't want to hear them again. It's past. It's what? Past. We cannot sit down and cry over spilled milk. That is what I want to say. When we go to give a presentation, let's talk about forwardness. Things that are happening. For me, God has been good. God has been what? Good. Let's tell the stories of those who have excelled. Are you getting? Let's document them. And stop the scenarios, the culture, this thing. The culture is even recognizing us now. You know, I was surprised that our council chair was leading gender. He came to KNUST to talk about gender. And when he said it, I said, to you, O Lord, on my knees I bow. Because I have not seen a council chair mention gender as one of his what. So I know that we have gone very far. So now is a mindset what? Change. We must shift. The future is now. The future is what? Now, not tomorrow. The future is now. So whatever we do now is what will create that new future that we are all looking for. But it is now. Is that okay? When we have a platform, let's all contribute. It saddens me that some people are on platform. They will never, please repent. Please do what? Repent. People need people. People do what? Need people. You must be the presence that somebody can lean on. Please, the ministry of what? Presence. Don't sit and we can't feel you. Please. We will be taking attendance on the platform. Because it's bad. You can have 230 people on a platform. Only 30 will show up. Please. Everybody carries a burden. But let us pull down the burden and see that we carry one mind. One what? Mind. And let's shift from the old to the new. That's what we'll say. Resilience, perseverance is necessary as we determine to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Resilience, perseverance will take us there. I have this quote that I always tell young people that as you are here walking around your campus, don't think people are not watching you. Your life is the Bible somebody is reading every day. And you'll be surprised where your name is mentioned, the comments that will be made. May that comment be good comments. Comments that will bring progress. Comments that will give you opportunities. Comments that will make you rise and keep rising and rising to the top. Thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you, Prof. I know you are very busy, but your love for women and for women in leadership, I don't know what to say, but your mentorship is appreciated, and we want to say thank you. Thank you, Auntie Felicia Tete. So thank you very much for finding time to be here, all for the love of our young women, so that we would rise up and become good leaders. Thank you, Prof. Mina. and Prof. Mercy for spending your time with us, and to all of you that are here. I know that you could have been somewhere else, but because you want to be great women in leadership, you are here. May this engagement not leave you hanging, but may this engagement push us forward. And tomorrow, may we be the light for the young ones that will come after us. Thank you very much for having us.
Indeed, we have had more than enough to empower us and encourage us to fall forward and to become the best humans or women we can ever be. We are moving on to our last speech for today's program. And the last presentation is going to be on personal and international action planning. Personal and institutional action planning. I beg your pardon. Personal and institutional action planning. And to give us this presentation is one of our very own women here on our campus. She is the Deputy Registrar for Academic Affairs, a very soft-spoken woman with integrity who is very focused. And we want to appreciate her with a clap offering as she joins us in the person of Mrs. Ama Boakye Inti. Please do it better for her. Popularly known as Auntie Ama. Very wonderful woman to work with. She's so lovely. Oh, please do it better. Do it better. And let's appreciate her. Auntie Ama, please take us through personal and institutional action planning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. The topic is personal and institutional action planning, as Linda has already said. And at the end of the presentation, we are going to go through this. Expected outcomes, we should know our expected outcomes. We'll go through the introduction, personal action planning vis-a-vis institutional action planning, the benefits of the two, and assignments. I wanted us to have the assignment here for discussion, but because of time, we will take it home and submit it to the Pro Vice Chancellor. And then we conclude. Yes, so the expected outcome. At the end of this session, we want to be able to develop our own personal action plan. Understand how our personal goals will contribute the university action plan. So, since yesterday, we have motivated ourselves to pick up leadership positions, balance our work life, and progress in our career. How do we go about it? We all need personal action plan. We've been told that there are obstacles. How can we overcome our obstacles? You will need to plan. And our plans should be in alignment with the university action plan so that as we grow, the university also grows. So what is personal action planning? Personal action planning is a roadmap to help us achieve our personal goals. The focus is personal, our individual goals. And it is to transform abstract aspirations, aspirations are our goals, into concrete tasks with assigned timelines and resources. So it means that when we have our goals, there should be deadlines. We should be able to set timelines, and we should also be able to allocate resources to it. So let's go through the steps in creating our personal action plan, so that at the end of this session, we'll be able to work on our take-home assignments. The first stage is to set SMART goals. I hope we know what SMART is. Can somebody help us with what SMART is? SMART goals. Anybody to help us? Yes. Realistic. Yes, thank you very much. So we need to set SMART goals. Can somebody give me an example? For instance, in 30 minutes, I want to be in the office. It's my goal now that in 30 minutes, I want us to round up and go to our various offices. Before you can achieve this goal, you need to take action. You need to have certain activities. So what do? Can anybody help me? So we have to round up and then leave the conference center. Maybe walk to our various offices. So that is the steps that we need to take. And then we allocate resources. This one is a personal human resource. You need to take the action yourself. Nobody will take it for you. You set timelines. We've already decided that within 30 minutes we are rounding up. And then you monitor your progress. So when we are done and we sit here to chat, for instance, will we be able to take action? How do you monitor? It means that at the end of the day, you have to be in your office. Let me give another example. Maybe you go to the hospital and your doctor advised that you should lose weight. You know some women, when they are stressed out, they gain some weight. So then you set your goal to reduce your weight by 5 kilograms within the year. What are the necessary steps or activities that you want to partake? Maybe you want to register with the gym so that you have some exercises. Look at your eating habits. Reduce carbohydrates. Eat more vegetables and fruits, etc. And then you allocate resources to it. Once you are going to the gym, you are going to pay. It is not for free. So maybe a monthly subscription of 200 cedis. And then you set your timelines. Within the week, you want to visit the gym twice. Maybe you don't want to eat late, so that to control your eating habit and to grow healthy. And for that reason, you should take your dinner by 6 o'clock in the evening. And then you monitor your progress and adjust the plan as needed. So what do? You check your calendar. Within the last month, were you able to go to the gym 8 times? Because you initially decided that every week you will be visiting the gym twice. What did you eat? Have you been eating a lot of bread? Have you been drinking a lot of fizzy drinks like Coke, Sprite? Are you really checking on your diet? Are you eating more vegetables? So those are the indicators that you need to check your progress. And then maybe from time to time, you weigh to find out, are you reducing? At the end of the first month, are you rather increasing your weight? Are you still the same, or you are reducing your weight? The doctor advised that you should reduce your weight because your pressure is going up. You are having challenges with your sugar levels. So you go to the clinic to check your sugar level, your BP. If there is the need to adjust your plan, you adjust, because you realize that you are going through all the activities. However, you still remain the same after 6 months. So it means that You need feedback and you need to adjust your plan. Then we look at institutional action planning. This is similar to the personal action planning. However, the focus here is on the organization and not the personal individual. And so it is also a roadmap which helps the organization to achieve its goals. Somebody may ask, what is a goal? A goal is just an aspiration. It's just a dream. It's just a wish. Like I said, we want to leave this place and get to the office in 30 minutes. It's a wish. You need to take an action before you can achieve that goal. We are going to look at how the structure of institutional action planning. So you need your strategic goals that aligns with the vision and mission. I remember there was a time in this institution whenever we are going for interviews, people will be reciting the institution's vision and then mission. I don't know whether if I ask, somebody will be able to tell me the university's vision now, because nobody is attending an interview next week. Can anybody help me with the university's vision? So because of time, projected. You have the vision, you have the mission. It is hosted on the university website. So when you go back, that is the second assignment. You have a look at it. And then we should have strategies to help us achieve our goal. Allocate resources. And for that reason, the university will have to have resources to be able to achieve its goal. We set deadlines for ourselves, timelines. For instance, when you go to the academics, they are supposed to mark scripts, they are supposed to upload their results. All these usually come with deadlines. When we go for meetings as administrators, we are supposed to submit reports. It comes with deadlines. For instance, just last week, we furnished the faculties. Maybe some of the faculties will not have a copy of the memo because we did not cite any student who was allegedly maybe cheating in the examination room. So we have sent letters to the faculties involved to sit on it and then submit their reports to the registrar. We have our academic calendar in place already. Academic board is meeting on a specific date. And we need to submit the report to members of the academic board. Even before, we have to sit on it as examiner at the examiner's board level. And for that reason, we gave the faculty a very short notice. I don't think we are expecting to hear that because the deadline is very short, we can't work on it. They should find a way of meeting and getting the students to give them a fair hearing, and then submit their report so that the examiners board can meet and then the academic board can also meet. Implementation. You may have your goals, your aspirations, but you need to take action. If you don't take action, they remain wishes. And then from time to time, you need to monitor and evaluate so that you know your progress. Aligning personal action plan with the institutional action plan. It is very important. So how do we go about it? We need to familiarize ourselves with the university action plan. And I should have informed you that I'm using the strategic plan of the university as a case study. The strategic plan that we have in place is from 2020 to 2025. I don't even know whether we all know, we are all aware. And for that reason, there is a draft. The university is seriously working on the draft, I think the draft is even ready and undergoing the approvals. And for that reason, we need to familiarize ourselves with the strategy. We should know the content of the strategic plan. As my former boss said, Dr. Asa, most of these policies are hosted on their website, including the strategic plan. But maybe just a few of us might have even gone through the strategic plan. We should familiarize ourselves with the university's policies. Identify our roles. Do we know our roles and responsibilities as staff of the university? As a lecturer, you know that you teach students. Once you teach students, you will examine them. Once you examine them, you will set questions. However, we always have issues when it is time to collect questions. I don't know the reason why. You know you are supposed to set questions. You will examine your students. Once you write to the department, then you hear on platforms, now thanks to WhatsApp, you are stressing us. The pressure is too much. Don't you want us to rest? You are teaching students. Are you not going to examine them? Unfortunately for the technical universities, we are still handling HND. And you know for HND, it has to go to moderation. To CTV, they are regulators, and they want to moderate the questions. We have tried to negotiate with them to do it ourselves, but they still want to do it. And we also need to give them the 8 weeks deadline before we can write our exams, because they are going to submit it within the 8 weeks. They may even sometimes submit it after the 8 weeks. You can't do anything about it. So once you are a lecturer, you are teaching, you know that you examine your students. Don't wait for us to write to you that we are collecting the questions. As soon, even before we start the semester, your questions should be ready. Because you have your content, your course outline, you know what you are going to teach. And for that reason, you should know the type of questions you are going to set. Some will tell you that, but we have just started the semester. I don't even know whether I'll be able to finish my course outline. How will I be able to submit questions? I don't think it is right. And for that reason, we should know our roles and responsibilities. It goes to the non-teaching as well. Some of us, when our heads of department do not come to work in a particular day, it's a holiday for us because we don't know our rules. We are always waiting our heads to instruct us to do something. But sometimes you can also go to your boss to alert your boss. We are supposed to do this. Should I start something? For instance, when you come to academic affairs office, we work as a team. We go for academic board meetings and we are the recorders. The registrar is the secretary. But at the end of the day, we are doing everything on behalf of the registrar. We discuss results. After the discussion of results, you are supposed to put out your report and take action on the decisions taken. For instance, some students were rusticated. What do? You need to write to them. So if I don't, for instance, just after the academic board meeting, if I fall sick and do not come to work the following day, does that mean they should rest? Does that mean they should rest? Because I went to the board meeting with them. They know the decisions. So they can initiate and draft the letters, isn't it? So it's very important for us as staff of Kumasi Technical University to know our roles and responsibilities. And then you create a personal plan. We've gone through how to create a personal plan. I know from here we'll be able to create a personal plan. You create a personal plan that aligns with the university's action plan. It should not be in isolation because we all want to move together. We want to work together so that as you are growing, KSTU will also grow. And then you adjust your actions and timelines when necessary. So that is the monitoring and evaluation stage. Benefits of aligning personal action plan with institutional action plan. Like I said, we all work together. We work as a team. It fosters personal growth and institutional growth. And then it enhances time management because we are all working within the timelines set for us. At the end of the day, there is efficiency. So let's look at KSTU as a human body with different parts. We have the head, we have the hands, we have the organs such as the heart, the kidneys. If your kidney is not working well, will the body function? Not at all. And for that reason, we need everybody on board. We shouldn't feel inferior. Whatever your position, you need the security, you need the transport, you need the administrators, although the lecturers will say that we are supporting them. They need us. For instance, if you go to finance and people have payroll issues, can they work on them themselves? If you're a lecturer, you need the finance directorate to work on your payroll issue. If you want promotion, you apply. Can you go through without the HR office? No, you need the HR office. So everybody is important for KSTU to function well. Let me give you a scenario. I remember about 2 years ago, during our matriculation, you know, we have some of the students at Adakodachi, and per the arrangement, the transport, the transport office is supposed to transport the students from Adakodachi to the main campus. Unfortunately, there was a problem with the vehicle, and the committee was not informed. The program was about to start, and we realized that the students coming from Adakodachi, they were still at Adakodachi. And so we need everybody. If they should have informed us that they had issues so that there will be another arrangement. Unfortunately, we got to know at the very last minute. So we should try as much as possible to come on board so that KSTU will function. So setting action plan and indicating how it aligns with the institutional action plan. I decided to set a goal, self-development within 3 years. So this is a personal action plan for an individual who wants to develop himself or herself within the next 3 years. So what are some of the specific tasks? To attend at least 90% of staff training, workshops, seminars organized by the university. And the workshops are usually free, so we have no excuse not to attend. Thank God now, as a result of COVID, we have introduced online sessions. And as we speak now, people have joined online. People can ask questions online. So we have no excuse. As much as possible, if you are indisposed, if you are not sick, even if you are on leave and you have traveled, because you can join online, take advantage and develop yourself. Haven't we learned a lot since yesterday? Yes. And for that reason, we should ensure that we take advantage of such opportunities. And then another task is to acquire a professional certificate within 3 years, especially when you come to administration. It has become a requirement for a lot of the directorates. If you don't have a professional certificate, you may not be able to progress. So it is a task, one of the tasks that you can undertake to achieve your goal. To attend CPD program outside the university once every 2 years. So once every 2 years, maybe aside the workshops that we are having on campus, you may apply to attend a workshop outside the university. If you apply and you are not sponsored, why not sponsor yourself once, maybe 2 years, 3 years? Because of inadequate resources, Dr. Asa said it, not everybody's application will be approved, whether we like or not. Our children come to us requesting for a lot of items, and sometimes we are not able to provide for them because of inadequate resources. And for that reason, sometimes if you think that you can afford, why not take the opportunity? We have lecturers here who are sponsoring themselves even to do PhD. Although at the end of the day, it is going to help them and it's going to help the university as well. It sells the university. But if the university does not have money, are you going to sit down and say that you are not going to pursue your PhD? You also need it to progress. Without the PhD, you cannot be a senior lecturer. And for that reason, sometimes we also have to make certain sacrifices. You need to allocate resources. I've already said that you commit some funds to it. You may have to buy your personal laptop and then study materials as well. Timelines. You need timelines. If you don't have timelines, you will never complete your task. So definitely there should be some timelines to guide you. And then from time to time, you monitor your progress. And so I'm using transcripts to monitor. At the end, I'll be issued a professional certificate to show that, yes, really, within the 3 years, I have been developed. And then certificate of participation in the case of workshop, and then training. And then at the end of the day, you acquire some knowledge and skills to improve upon your work. So the second leg of the question, how does it align with the institutional action plan? So if you are familiarized with the university's strategic plan, one of the main goals is staff development, to recruit and retain top talent employees and support them to reach their full potential. And I guess you all agree with me that per the goals and the tasks that I set for myself, it aligns with the university's strategic plan, and for that matter, the university's goal. So this is the quiz. It's a take home, so please take note of the question so that we ensure that we work on it. So using the university's strategic goals as a case study, identify your personal action plan and indicate how it aligns with the university's action plan. Using the university's strategic goals as a case study, identify your personal action plan and indicate how it aligns with the university's action plan. Conclusion. Prof. Mina Hashilev, you made a quote that I really like, just that I've forgotten. You said we should know what we want, and then we should persevere. So first of all, you should know what you want, and so that is the goal. And then you persevere. You take action. And for that reason, at the end of the day, you achieve your set goals. So remember that our individual goals are not isolated. They form part of a collective vision that drives Kumasi Technical University forward. Let's commit to building personal action plans that reflect excellence, purpose, and balance, because when we grow, KSTU grows with us. And lastly, together we build KSTU. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Atiama. Together, indeed, we build KSTU. Please, does anybody have any clarification or any question? Okay. Thank you so much. We are most grateful, ma'am. All too soon, the 2-day capacity building workshop is coming to an end. We wish it could be for a week so that we can hear more. But I strongly believe that with all that we have heard, we are challenged to go out there and to become better women in terms of career and as individuals. Please, I would kindly want to remind us that the Star Life Assurance organization or banking is downstairs. Come again? Insurance, yes, insurance company. They are downstairs. Please register and sign up to be on an insurance policy. One day, one gentleman walked into my office and then he asked me a very important question. And that was what actually made me to sign up to do this insurance. He asked me, have you done any insurance for your parents or yourself? I said no. And he said, okay, so if anything should happen right now, the little investments that you have, that is what you are going to dip your hands into it and use it. Why don't you gather something little? In case of any emergency, you can just walk into the bank or into their company and withdraw whatever you want out of what you have saved. So I sat down and I was like, oh, okay, it's actually true, because what you don't have, if you don't have it, you have to go and borrow. True or false? Yes, if anything should happen and you are not on any insurance policy, either yourself or your family would have to go around and borrow. But if you have done something little, you just walk into the bank and I'm sure you can work something around it. Even if you have to borrow, it will not be as much as you would have if you don't have any insurance policy. So please, let's take advantage of them now that they are here and let's sign up to any of their policies. We will take our closing remarks from Prof. Abna, and then she will give us, yes, the closing remarks. Please, let's welcome her. Prof. Abna.
Thank you very much, Linda, and very good afternoon to everybody. Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. So we started yesterday for a 2-day capacity building workshop on leadership for women at KSTU. And also we tackled work-life balance. This program was made possible by the Office of the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Kumasi Technical University and the Gender Inclusion and Vulnerability Office of KNUST. When we sent out the call for registration and participation, 42 persons registered. Yesterday, the 42 became 51 in the room. And then we had 12 live viewers because we streamed live as well. And as of today, 148 people have watched the program. Today, by the time I took the data, 42 had registered to be in the room, which I'm sure has changed by now. We have 14 live viewers and 127 total views now on our social media handles. We've already had a recap from yesterday's activities, so I will not do that. But today, we started off very nicely with a presentation on our policies. And then we had a presentation also by Prof. Ibok on the interesting topic. Then we listened to the panel discussion with a mix from KNUST and KSTU staff. And then Antiama has told us how to draft our personal action plan aligned with the institutional goals. This workshop, I must say, has been a dream come true. And I am especially excited that we have been able to bring this dream and vision to fruition. We have all been equipped today and yesterday with powerful insights on leadership, confidence building, work-life balance, literacy on our policies, navigating a difficult spouse, personal and institutional action planning, and then breaking institutional barriers. We have been blessed with varied resource persons and facilitators who I owe many thanks for gifting us with their time, their wisdom, and their energies. I am also very pleased on behalf of the entire organizing team to express our heartfelt gratitude to our incredible sponsors. Star Life Assurance, they didn't know me from Adam, but I sent them a letter telling them about how passionate I am about having this program. They came to see me in my office and they said, we will help. And they did. A few individuals, when I shared this vision, also decided to support. They have not given me permission to mention their names. So I cannot mention their names, but I want to let them know that I am eternally grateful for their support, because it is their kindness and generosity that has made this workshop not only possible, but truly impactful. Your commitment, everybody, sponsors, facilitators, and everybody here, participants, to empowering women to build the confidence to lead is the true backbone of this initiative. And you have undoubtedly played a vital role in shaping the success of this workshop and the future of all participants. Thank you in investing in this vision. Your partnership has enabled us to bring together brilliant minds, foster meaningful dialogue, equip participants with valuable skills and insights, and giving them hope for a bright future and the willingness to aspire to lead. This is a testament to your dedication to community development and capacity building. As we reflect on the outcomes of this workshop with deep appreciation to everybody here, we look forward to a future of many collaborations and continued impact together. As we leave here, let us carry forward the insights, the connections, the inspirations we have gained here, and may this workshop be a stepping stone to even greater collaborations. I look forward to building on this momentum and creating even more meaningful impact together. I end with two quotes. One is that we must work hard to prove ourselves as women. Sometimes we need to work twice or thrice as hard as our male counterparts. And as Linda rightly said, there are two Lindas here, Prof. Linda. Your life is the Bible that someone is reading every day. So be mindful of what people are reading through your life. On that note, I say thank you so much for making these 2 days great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. It's all said and done. And I would also want to end with this quote by Melinda Gates. She says that a woman is a full circle. Within her is the power to create, nurture, and transform. Are you one of them? That is her quote from Melinda Gates. To end this amazing 2-day capacity building workshop, we will call on Dr. Patience Gramba. Did I get the name right? Gambra, thank you. To bless us with a prayer. Please, let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Father, we thank you this afternoon for how far you brought us as a family. Jesus, you have been with us throughout these 2 days, and we say we are very grateful. Your word said, for lack of knowledge, my people perish. Because, Lord Jesus, you don't want your people to perish. You've endowed us with this great knowledge. Therefore, Lord Jesus, we are saying we are most grateful unto you. Father, Lord Almighty, we also commit the organizers, facilitators, and then the sponsors of this program into your hands. That as Nehemiah said, Lord, remember me for this also. Father, it's our prayer that you remember them for this also in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, bless them abundantly in the mighty name of Jesus. Let everything that they touch, they do, be successful in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, we also commit ourselves into your hands, the participants. Father, help us so that as we are leaving this place, we will live our lives according to what we've learned here, so that our lives will be a mirror for others to emulate. We thank you, we bless you in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Please, our lunch is ready. And so, yes. A survey on the platform, but I think I'll have to reshare on the various institutional platforms or just on this particular one. Any of them. Only help us to fill in the forms and then let's return them to her. Please, we are going to take some group photographs. So we will need our guests, the panelists. Yes.